class. First card, partner assignment. Thank you there for the sub trial with the 2 months. Hey Thijs, love your content. Greetings from Peru. Thank you there. Let's actually first drink some water, guys, before we start with a whole review. To make sure we stay hydrated. 1 mana. Add a random 2 cost and 3 cost beast to your hand. It's kind of a good curve card, this card. So in that way, it's pretty good. I don't think it will be getting played too much in Constructed, but it's a very nice 1 mana spell if you feel like you have the need of some cheap spells to make like cycle better or get a Keltas off or anything. It could be a very good card in this way. So I definitely think this card is not a bad card, but I don't really think it fits in that much of a Constructed deck. I would rate it a 2-star card. Thank you, Ted's TV there for the Prime sub. Feels amazing, man. Hope you're having fun. And here, a very interesting 1 mana card here. Gibberling. 1 mana, 1/1, spell burst, summon a Gibberling. The Gibberling you summon is a Gibberling that has the same effect again. So, besides that it just gets another 1/1 token out, it kinda is a way that if you have a lot of cheap spells, he can go infinite 1/1s. I don't think you should underrate this card, because it can be a very good card in, let's say, in like token druid deck. You play this, you play in like, I don't know, Innervate spell or the new Blossom spell. You get another one, you play another spell, you get another one, you get another spell, you get another one. It's very comparable to that way to Violet Teacher, but then for 1 mana and with a bad body himself. I think, and if you combine this like with Power of the Wild or anything, I think this card can actually be like quite solid, so I don't think you should underestimate this card. It can be a very good card in like a token druid deck for a more like aggro VA. So I would rate it like 3 stars, this card. I think this card is actually pretty good in like a token druid. Omega Lab, thanks for the sub. Good to have you here there, sir. Next up, Twilight Runner. 5 mana, 5/4, stealth. Whenever this attacks, draw 2 cards. Wow. Wow. I think this card is very good. Okay, first, if you just look at this card, you might be like, yeah, it's good, or like, yeah, it's okay. But if you play this card earlier, thanks to ramp or thanks to the Blossom, it can be very powerful. You can play it very early. Also with a new 7 mana card for Druid that we will see soon, that summons 2 beasts from the deck and that give them rush. If you combine that with this Twilight Runner, it gets rushed directly. So you directly also draw 2 cards. I think this card is really good. When I was trying the beast package in Druid in general, it felt really, really strong. So I definitely think this is a card that is going to see a lot of play in the Druid archetype. And overall, 5 mana, 5/4 is not a bad stat line, even for a 5-drop, too much with stealth. And then, whenever it attacks, draw 2. Also, if it doesn't get killed, you're gonna draw 4, and it keeps going. So, very strong card. I will rate it 4 stars. Next up, Teacher's Pet. 5 mana, 4/5. Taunt, Death Rattle, summon a random 3-cost beast. Where your first view might be like, hey, this card is so-so, it's not that amazing. If you think about this card as like comparable to Sludge Belcher, it's kind of a better Sludge Belcher even. It's a 5 mana 4/5, but it's like very similar, and then getting a random 3-drop is like quite good. The stat line of this card is just surprisingly good. Because if you compare this card to a Yeti, what is like let's say a 4 mana, this card is only 1 more mana. You get the Town, but you also get like a Death Rattle of Summon a Beast. And because of the Town, the Death Rattle always gets popped kind of by your opponent, so you don't really have to like play for it yourself too much either. It's a Druid Hunter card, so not only a Druid card, but also a Hunter card. I think it's very good. Not as good in Hunter as it is in Druid, I would say, but also very playable there. And another beast, guys, that really fits the 5 mana cost there. So I will definitely rate this one 4 stars as well. It's a very good card. Very good stat line for Druid. And the reason why these cards are getting rated very high, guys, is because of this card. Guardian Animals. 7 mana. Summon 2 beasts that cost 5 or less from your deck. Give them Rush. So if you combine this card, or you play this card on like for 7 mana, and you get 2 of these 5 mana cards out that are already very good for 5 mana itself, and they are getting Rush, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Just amazing. So there is cards like Strangleton Tiger or anything you can combine it with, but with the new cards, there are quite some good beasts coming out. We will see one more also a bit later. And I think this card is really, really good. 7 mana, summon 2 5-drops, give them Rush. Pretty good. Could do it with Thunder Rhino as well, but I don't think that's worth it. But I was thinking of making a Thunder Rhino Strangleton Tiger deck, and then you just hit your opponent's face. For 7, instead of making it Rush, you are like, ha ha ha, I have fake Rush, I go charge. What can also be very good. But this card, guys, is very, very good. You know what? 5 stars. I think this card is really good. Next up, Survival of the Fittest. What do you think of this card? So, I think we should not underestimate this card, but I also don't think we should overestimate this card. It's a card that is really OP when you can cheat it out. But even when you cheat it out, you kind of need at least to cheat it out in a way with like Kel'Thas or anything. Because if you play Kel'Thas, you play 2 spells and you play this, your Kel'Thas gets the direct buff as well. But it's kind of important that your deck is resisting out of a lot of minions. So in that way, it also goes a bit against KT, where you want to have a lot of spells in the deck to guarantee it more. This card, of course, wants you to have like a lot of minions before. So I think this card can be very good, but it's very like specific in that way, and not like as OP as people might think. I would rate it 2 stars. I don't think this card is that nutty in Druid at the moment, or like you really want a minion Druid deck, and it's really hard to make a minion Druid deck only. The spells in Druid are really, really good. So I would rate it like not too high, 2 star. And here, a new legendary for Druid. Forest Warden Umu. 6 mana, 5/4. Refresh your mana crystals. So we basically have a new Coon here for Druid, but then requiring another spell to make it work. It can be very good, but you kind of want to play this in a combo way. So let's say you want to draw this like for 1 mana from a Geppetto or anything, and then you get like really good refreshment for like making combo things work. For 6 mana, it's really hard to make combo things work. Like this card doesn't really work with, let's say, Malygos, where if you want to play Malygos first, you can't really play this after, you can't really play it before. So it's a really hard card. When I was thinking about this card, it felt more like a 0 mana 5/4 often than that it felt like a good combo card. And the 0 mana 5/4 will only work if you have a spell in the hand. So I wasn't that impressed actually. I thought it would have been very good, but I wasn't too impressed once playing. I would rate it like still 3 stars because it's still a good card in that way, and you get it down for 0 mana often. You can wait with the spell burst for next turn, but the risk is that it just dies. And a 6 mana 5/4 is not very likely to survive. So I would rate it a 3-star card. Talking about a nice card, what do you think of Mr. Speaker Ghidra there? Speaker Ghidra is a shaman/druid card. And it's a 3 mana 1/4 rush win free. Spell burst, gain attack and health equal to the spell's cost. What means, let's say you play this and you play a 4 mana spell on it. It will not just become a 4/4. It will get +4/+4. So it will be a 3 mana 5/8 Rush Windfury. I think this card is super busted. It's not even close. It's a 3 mana card with Rush that already can have like a lot of attack if you just play a spell on it, with also Windfury and also a lot of health. And it's only a 3 mana card. It's not even that expensive. This card is just broken, in my opinion. When you play this on, like, let's say a turn 6 and you just play this with a 3 mana spell and you get just a 4/7 Rush Windfury, like 3 mana 4/7 Rush Windfury we are talking about. It's super busted. It's like the Gyrocopter in like a way better way. Much better. This card is really good. It's good in both decks. It's good in Shaman and it's good in Druid, because both decks kind of like spells. And the stat line of the card is just way too amazing to not play. So I think this is going to be a must include in both Druid and Shaman. This card should just always be in the deck. Except maybe in like a recruit deck. Maybe it's getting hard or something, but it's really, really good. 5-star. Not even close. Will be in every Druid or Shaman deck. Next up, Ruining Carvens. Oh, not next up. Now it's next up. Ruining Carvens. Summon 4 2/2 Trend Totems or Overload to summon them with Rush. So choose one. Summon 4 2/2s or you choose Overload to summon them with Rush. Oh, okay, you still summon them. Okay. I'm just thinking, what is the difference? But you still summon them, but then you get the Rush with it. Okay. Trend Totems. I think this card is not too impressive. I mean, it's 6 mana 8/8. I'm comparing it a bit to Force of Nature. But I think I should more think of this card as a Shaman card, because I don't think it's that great of a Druid card, but it might be a good Shaman card. 6 mana, get 4 totems is pretty good. I mean, if you compare this card to the Glowy Swarm, but it's kind of a bit of too strong of a card though, but that is like a card that Druid has access to, and this card is just really bad. But maybe in Shaman, where you can make the totems, you can buff the totems, you can make it in a like reasonable totem Shaman. I think this is like a very not so great card, but I can see it getting a bit played in a totem Shaman-y deck, but it's kind of niche, so I would rate it 2 stars. I don't think it's that great. Also not with the Druid quest, I don't think it's that great. Next up. Yeah, totem buffs could be decent with it. Adorable Infestation. 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1, summon a 1/1 cube, add a cube to your hand. So I need to look at what the cube is. It's just a 1 mana 1/1 cute beast. Oh, look at this cutie. Oh, cup. Sorry. How do you pronounce this? Marshall Cup. Cap. Cube. Give a minion +1/+1, summon a 1/1. I mean, this card is not bad, but it's not that great either. It could maybe work in like the Gibbling deck that I talked about before, where you go like token root style. There's a good 1 mana spell to use. You get an extra token as well. I think this card is a 2 star. I mean, it's just an okay-ish card, but it's not going to be that great of a card. you also need to have a minion on the board, so that's like kind of thing. Alright, next up, Groundskeeper. 4 mana 5/4/5. So we have our Yeti here, a 4 mana Yeti with Taunt. Wow. Battlecry, if you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, restore 5 health. A Yeti with Taunt and 5 heal. Wow. Yeti Pepper Hands, huh? So, it's quite a good card. This card, because it's a really good card against aggro. You have a 4 mana 4/5 with Taunt, with healing. It has like everything you want against aggro. Healing and Taunt, and not too expensive. Problem, of course, is you might need to run some 5 cost, or you need to have like enough spells in the hand that cost 5 or more to have like consistently also the healing getting in. But overall, this card is like really good. I mean, it's a 4 mana 4/5 with Taunt, so you can't really go wrong on this card at all. The heal is also targetable, so it's not just healing phase, it can also heal your minion or anything. So in this way, this card is kind of a power creep on like Senjin, Yeti, and all these like kind of existing 4-drops. It's not that these cards are getting played at all though in Constructed. They are not really making the cut in any deck. But it is it's a very good card, I think. 4 mana 4/5, gain 5 life. I am a little worried that it in like not the right meta it will not get played, because then it's just like not that much better than a Yeti, and you don't really want to put Yeti in your deck. So I would rate it, I'm between 3 and 4 stars on this card a bit. And that's because it's kind of meta dependent. In a not an aggro meta, you rate it 3. In an aggro meta, it's a really good card. So I would rate it 3.5. Listen to a pronunciation of a word redeemed. Taunt-root. Taunt-root. Alright, and talking about a card, let's talk about Lightning Bloom. 0 mana, gain 2 mana crystals this turn only. Overload 2. We have our old school Innervate back here. And when I was playing with this card, guys, in both Shaman and in both Druid, it felt completely busted. This card was so strong. You get the new 5 mana beasts out, like on turn 1 or turn 2. In Shaman, you can just play the new or you can play the spell damage 5/7 dragon. I actually had a game where I was coin lightning blooming this. I overloaded myself for 2. I played the 5/7 dragon in Shaman that also overloaded myself for 2. And at turn 2 I was overloaded for 4 mana. That was an example of a not so great turn 2, but a very great turn 1. I think this card is super powerful. This card is insane. I think Innovate was one of the best cards ever printed. They nerfed it, and yes, this is not as good as an Innervate, but it still is. So your next turn is weaker, but you still do that power spike. This card is very good. You're gonna see this card in every Druid deck and in every Shaman deck. Getting 2 more mana so early on in the game is just broken. Later in the game, it's not as broken, but early game, using this on turn 1, turn 2, getting something completely busted out is so strong. This card is 5 stars, not even close. One mana, Nature Studies. Discover a spell, your next spell costs 1 less. Kind of Raven Idol idea, but then also your next spell costs 1 less, so you kind of don't really pay for this card. What is also really nice with this card is, you can play this card at an, let's say, turn 4, or let's say at turn 5. You don't play the spell you get, but you make another spell 1 mana cheaper, and suddenly your 7 mana spell becomes a 6 mana spell, and you can curve out better. I think that's a really underrated thing on these cards, on the study cards. With the study cards, you can like plan your awkward curve, where you might have like 2 7-drops in your hand. You play this on turn 5, and suddenly you have a 6-drop and a 7-drop to play. And that is, I think, why this card is still quite good and is like gonna get played, because of how it's gonna like help your curve out. Besides that, discover a spell is just like quite good in general. Like that is already nice, but there is like more towards it. So I will rate it 3 stars. It just flattens the curve very smoothly, because especially nature studies, because it is your next spell costs 1 less. Some of them are like more harder to make work, because it's like, let's say your rush minion costs 1 less or anything, but this one your next spell costs 1 less, and that's very easy to access. And another one here, Shadow with Cloud, 3 mana 3/3. Give beast in your deck +1/+1 or transform into a copy of a friendly beast. What basically means a 3 mana faceless on a friendly beast. Obviously a very beast oriented card. Very alright in the beast deck that is kind of only playing the 5 mana beasts. I think what is very going to be good in the Druid deck at least is going to just play the 5 mana beast and just hold it on there, because then you get like the most value out of the 7 mana spell. This might be a more of a Hunter card, where it fits a bit better in Hunter in that way. I think the card is okay, and I think it's going to get played, but I don't think it's a super nutty card. It's nice that you can choose one and you have like both options. Sometimes you want to copy a beast, sometimes not, but the card is really cheap. It's a 3 mana card, so no matter what happens, you can't really go wrong on this card. I would rate it 4 stars. I think it's a good card. And imagine if you're gonna copy King Crush with this chat. Wait, you can actually even go Bran on turn 10 with copying Faceless. Wait, that actually works, guys, in Highlander Druid. Or a Highlander Hunter. Turn 10. Bran, get King Crush out, you copy King Crush. -18. Holy moly. Or -16, sorry. That is amazing. Now it definitely is a 4-star card. Wow. Wow. That is a wow. Wow, wow, wow. Alright, I think that this is for the Druid cards. So far, what I've seen, guys, of Druid got really good stuff. Like, insane. I think Druid got amazing cards. Very good cards. Especially the combo of this 5 mana, these two 5 mana beasts. And there is also one neutral beast we haven't seen yet that's also fitting really well in this deck. It's an like kind of a new Hydra for 5 mana, what is really good as well on this. This card is so good, this card is quite good, this card is so good. Quite a lot of nice cards there in Druid. Very awesome. Alright, let's go next. There we go. Demon Hunter. So, let's see what Demon Hunter got this expansion. I actually haven't spent too much time in Demon Hunter. So, what will Demon Hunter be? Will Demon Hunter be the class that is gonna get, again... will Demon Hunter get 5 nerfs this expansion? Or will it be the new Shaman? Or Paladin? Let's see. 4 mana 5/4. Or 4 mana 5/4, yes, Outcast, summon 2 1/1 demons. Good stat line, it's a 4 mana 5/4, so it's quite a good stat line on itself. And then summon 2 1/1s. Don't really think there's a card Demon Hunter wants to play. It's not that bad, but it's not that good either. So why are you really gonna play a 4 mana 5/4 in the hope you can outcast it for 2 1/1s? It kind of blocks outcast as well for 4 mana. It's not that great. So I don't think this card is gonna be too good. I will rate it 2 stars out of niceness. But I don't think this card is going to get played much. Blood Herald. This is a Demon Hunter card. 5 mana 1/1. Whenever a friendly minion dies while this is in your hand, gain +1/+1. So let's say a friendly minion dies and it gets like a big 5 mana card. It also goes over multiple turns. It's not like after the turn it resets. Very amazing card to evolve into. I mean, let's say this is a 5 mana 10/10. it's still not that insane, guys. I mean, it's still that is like really good. Like, but then you are accepting like I'm talking about best outcome. It's like let's say a 5-mana 10/10, but it has like no rush, no taunt, no heal, no anything. Yandries. Oh no, they nerfed my card already. Terrible top deck, by the way. Earth Shock. I think this card is too one way. I don't like it. It's too, and then 5 mana is too much. I mean, you can play it in a token deck, but both Hunter and Demon Hunter. I don't think you play a card like this in any of them. How do you win with this card? This card has to like win you the game. And you kind of are like, bless RNG, I hope he doesn't have removal. It needed to be cheaper, like 3 or 4 mana. And then the effect could even be a bit weaker, but the 5 mana thing is just too much for both classes. Maybe there's some meme potential with this card. I will rate it 2 stars. Adrian Bugbagel, thank you for the sub. And Shelly Dawn, Thijs, how are you doing? Also there with the sub. Thanks for the sub. I will rate it 2 stars at best. Next up, double jump. Draw 1 mana, draw an outcast card from your deck. Very important to know, of course, is that once you play this, you draw the outcast card, and the outcast card is, of course, of the outcast spot on the right, so you can directly play the outcast for its outcast effect. Probably could be a decent card, but is it that amazing? 1 mana, draw 1, cycle. Can be good, right? If you can, let's say you play like 4 or 6 outcast cards, you can kind of use this as like 1 mana draw Skull, or maybe 1 mana draw I-Beam. I think that's the way you want to play it, right? You want to like not go too big on the like outcast cards, and then you want to like guarantee it as like I'm gonna draw my skill off cooldown. But Demon Hunter has so many good card draw. I'm not too worried about the card draw of Demon Hunter. It's like just another good card draw in Demon Hunter. I would rate it 3 stars. 3 stars. I think it's a good card, but I don't think it's a nut card. Fel Guardians. 7 mana, summon 3 1/2 demons with taunt. Cost 1 less whenever a friendly minion dies. So, kind of a card that you can play for 0 mana with 7 minions dying. And this also, it stacks whenever you have it in the hand, so it's not like after the turn it resets. So you can keep it going. Right, I suppose. Kind of like reminds me a bit on Corridor Creeper. And it reminds me a bit on Spreading Plague as well, because it's kind of like summon 3 1/2 demons with taunt, but then for 0 mana. Imagine, this is really good, guys, this card. Don't underestimate this card. Because it's not that hard to get this card down for 0 mana or 3 mana. The card is a bit kind of as annoying as Spreading Plague, maybe. You need to play minion deck. I mean, Spreading Plague was, of course, way better stat line. Like, 1/2 is not that good, but it's still very annoying. And what if you play 0 mana, summon 3 1/2 demons with taunt? Definitely it's annoying. It does not need to be in the hand to be reduced. Is that true? Because that I don't know. It's not really well written on the card. Because I think Corridor Creeper was the samely written. And Corridor Creeper only worked when it was in hand. No, it has to be in your hand. Yeah, I suppose so too. I'm reading this card as like, it gets cheaper once this card is in your hand when minions dies, but it also stacks over multiple turns, so it's not like resetting or anything. After the turn again, back to 7. I think this card is good. I would rate it 4 stars. Because it has 2 good things in it. One, it can just be a 0 mana Corridor Creeper in a way. Or do similar things. But it also has like a bit of spreading plague potential, where it's just a really annoying way to get through. And it just stalls Demon Hunter. I am a little worried though about Demon Hunter if it has enough ways to then like beat it in the late game. But overall I think it's a pretty good card. I think this card is good. One mana, Demon Companion for Demon Hunter and Hunter. The new one, Demon Companion, has 3 outcomes that are kind of the similar effect as like what Animal Companion does. So the 3 demons you get is Refa, 1 mana 2/1 charge, the baby Huffer. They just changed the Huffer name backwards, huh? Shima, Misha, oh, almost. 1 mana 2/2 taunt. And Kolek, Leok. They just played with the names, huh? Your other minions have +1 attack. Is this a good card? 1 mana, summon a Bluegill Warrior. 2/2 taunt. Or give your minions +1 attack. Hard card to review. I think it's a good card. You do good stuff on average. You kinda, especially Leok, like Leok is only good because of its effect. Getting this effect for 1 mana, guys. This might actually be like the one that you really want sometimes. If you roll this for 1 mana, it's really good. Your other minions have +1 attack. You get like a raid leader for 1 mana. One mana 2/2 taunt is good. 1 mana 2/1 is kinda not so. I think the card is good. I'm not sure how to play this deck or this card too much, but it should be a good card because you can't really go wrong on this card too much. Only in late game maybe you don't want to roll Kolek. But there's also a lot of times where Kolek can just be really good as a 1 mana raid leader. I would rate it 4 stars. I think it's a good card. It does a lot for 1 mana. Don't forget it's a 1 mana card. We're not talking about 2 or 3 mana. We're talking about 1 mana. And there's not like a really bad outcome either. I think it's very comparable to Animal Companion in that way. But then as a 1-drop. True Aim Crescent, 1 mana 1 farm. After your hero attacks a minion, your minions attack it too. So what you can do with this card is you can first go face with all your minions, then you trade with the weapon, and then your minions are gonna trade into the minion. I think positioning is very important with this card, because the way you position is gonna be like key if it the effect will go off. So first phase, then trade. If you do it the other way, I think it doesn't work. I think this card is good in Hunter, and it's bad in Demon Hunter. Because Demon Hunter really just wants to hit with face and trade with face and twin slice stuff. It doesn't really trade with minions, like, almost, but like in a Highlander Hunter, there's still some trading going on. Oh, its effect goes in play order, not in, or it goes in play order, not in, okay, that's interesting. Effect goes in play order, not in positioning. That is very interesting. Oh my god, I like that less. Why did they do it that way? Also, it's a light justice. I think this card might get played in Hunter. It's not gonna get played in Demon Hunter. I would rate it 3 stars. Not too fan. It's kind of cool effect, but I don't think it's that great. Why do you want to trade when your opponent has to trade yet? Ancient Foundhound, 9 mana 10/10. At the end of your turn, steal 1 attack and health from all enemy minions. So was there a card we could cheat this card out? Not really, right? Only the 8 mana Pit Lord thing. Foundhound? What is Foundhound? Oh yeah, you have to 4 mana discount the demon. Oh, and you have to summon 6 mana, summon a demon from your hand. That is true. Huh. I mean, this card is kind of good in that way for like... It's kind of zacking your opponent. Steal 1 attack and health from all enemy minions. It's like a super must-kill unit. Also really good on 1 health minions, because then it just kills the things. Yeah, this card shouldn't be underestimated, because this can definitely be like a winning card. If you get it down earlier with the 6 mana minion, I think that is actually really good. I like that idea a lot. I would rate it 3 stars. I think it's too expensive. But maybe there is some like big demon hunter deck you can play it in. Next up, Scholomance Militia. 7 mana 5/5 for each soul fragment in your deck. Summon a 3/3 soul with rush. So important to know, there are gonna be a few cards in Demon Hunter and Warlock that are gonna put soul fragments in your deck. Let's go first to that one, if that one is next. Yes. So we have here a 2 mana Soul Seer. Deal 3 damage to a minion. Shuffle 2 soul fragments in the deck. What are these soul fragments doing? They are 0 mana, heal 2, cast when drawn, and when you draw it, you draw just a new card afterwards as well. I think this card is kind of so-so. I mean, it is kind of good Soul Fragment, but I was feeling with Soul Fragment, I really like the mechanic a lot. I think it's a very cool thing. I'm a little worried it might just be a bit too weak, because there were only 4 cards, I think, that were shuffling it. Or 6 cards. Both classes have 6 cards that can shuffle them. Or you have 3 cards and you can shuffle in a total for 6 then, yeah. I don't think this card is too good. I think this card is really good. Where is it? This one. This is a 1 mana 1/3. Well, it's kind of a good stat line. So you kind of make a 1 mana 1/3 demon. What is really good in Demon Hunter and maybe okay in Zoo. And then you like just shuffle it for free. You just play like Voidwalker kind of stuff. And then you shuffle 2 in your deck. I'm gonna rate it like a bit altogether. So I think this card is quite good in like an aggro meta. It can be a very good card. I will rate this 3 stars. I will rate this 4 stars. And I will rate this 2 stars. I don't think this card is that good. I don't even think Demon Hunter will play it. Warlock might play it, Demon Hunter won't. Actually, Zoo doesn't want to play this either. It's too bad. Shattered Mystic. Destroy a soul fragment in your deck to deal 3 damage to all other minions. This card is kind of good. It's kind of like Dustbreaker for 3 mana. Without needing a dragon. The problem is you really need to play Control Demon Hunter to make this deck work. But this card can be really good. Because now you have like really good reason to put soul fragments in your deck. Like this card is really good. The only problem is Control Demon Hunter gonna be a real thing? But this card is very good. I will rate this card 4 stars. Because this card is very good. The problem is, are you gonna have then enough soul fragments? 5 mana, 5/5, Solent Lapidary. Destroy a soul fragment in your deck to give your hero +5 attack this turn. Kinda like a smart card. Just dealing extra 5 damage in your opponent's face. So more of an aggro Demon Hunter card. Hard thing about like an aggro Demon Hunter card is you kinda need to play enough soul fragments, but you definitely don't want to play the removal spell. David Alexing, thank you for the 25 months and for supporting the stream. Very kind from you. It's an alright card, this one. I will rate it 3 stars. And here, 4 mana, 4/2 weapon for Demon Hunters. Shuffle 2 soul fragments in your deck. True Silver without healing. And shuffle 2 soul fragments. Actually kind of the same as True Silver if you count them as healing. I mean, all these kind of soul fragments guys are getting the same rating for me. But it's also a 3 star. 3 star Andy. Hey, I just went... It's just Demon Hunter cards are feeling for me like that. Next up, Mage Hunter. 3 mana, 2/3. Rush whenever this silence a minion, or whenever this attacks a minion, silence it. So the nice thing about this card is, if you compare this card to, let's say, an All or an Spellbreaker, you silence a minion. Let's say you silence Edwin, it becomes a 2/2, and then you even kill Edwin. It silences before its attack, so that's good to know. I think in general it's kind of a good card because you can use this as like a minion that silences. So let's say that your opponent just has like a random egg on the board and you just play this. You just silence it and you can hit. I think this card is like, no, this is not a worse all. This is a better all. It's definitely better. Also compare it to like the old school Keeper of the Grove, for example. That had the mechanic of like silence a minion or deal 2 damage. It's kind of fitting that one more a bit. And that card was also really good. I definitely think this card is good. I would rate it 4 stars. I think this is a good card. It's a very nice like a minion, but also even if the nice thing about this is, so it's already a really good like with silence. It's just really good. But also, let's say there's not much to silence. It's still a 3 mana 2/3 rush. It's not going to be a dead card. So I think it's a very good card. I mean, Demon Hunter has a lot of good ways to silence, but I think it's nice to also have on a minion. And here, 4 mana 4/3, Star Student Stelina. Outcast, look at 3 cards in your opponent's hand. Shuffle one of them into their deck. You are having your combo ready? I put it back in your deck, huh? I don't know if this is like a troll card or like a card you can play for real. But Outcast meaning it needs to be on the left of the right of the hand to make its effect work. But it's like a 4 mana 4/3 -1 card for your opponent. You get to pick, yes, that's true. But it's only with the outcast. Oh, I don't know about this card. 4 mana 4/3 is not great. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good in Demon Hunter, guys. In other decks, in like a Priest, I could see it getting played, but not in Demon Hunter. It also kind of messes up sometimes the outcast as well, in a way. Like, this card could be good if you can make your deck around denying your opponent from anything. But the problem is, this is literally the only card. Like, in, let's say, Magic the Gathering, there is, for example, decks you can just make your opponent just completely rip their whole hand away. Here we just have one card. Glide is away as well, but you also give them 4 new cards. So it's still, they get like new things. I think it's a 2-star card. I don't think it's that great. Philosophy, 1 mana, copy the lowest cost demon in your hand. So let's say you copy the new 1/3, you copy the Battlefiend. Outcast, give both of them +1/+1. Kinda good Zoo and Aggro Demon Hunter card. Philosophy. If you do this with a new Desk Imp, you can actually play a really early game plan as well with 2/0 mana 2/2s. Pretty decent card. I think this card is pretty good. We'll rate it, yeah, but this is just a so-so card. I will rate it 3 stars. It's okay. It gets played in like Zoo. You play it in Zoo, you play it in Aggro Demon Hunter, I think. Alright, and next up, a card that a lot of people talked about. And I still am not really sure about my stand on this card completely. Glide. Shuffle your hand into your deck. Draw 4 cards. Your opponent does the same. So, a very interesting card. Because what you can do with this card is, if you're out of cards, you can just 4 mana draw 4. And you can also let your opponent do the same. So the thing is, this is really good against control. Because you just rip their hand away. Or let's say your opponent is having like 8 cards. You can just rip all their 8 cards out of the hand and give them 4 new cards. But against aggro, let's say both of you are at 0 cards, you just play a sprint for your opponent. So it's a very, very strange card. Because this card is gonna get, like, you're gonna get uber punished against aggro, and you're gonna get uber rewarded against, like, combo. I think it's only gonna be, like, good in, like, a very control meta. Because then it's like a super Divine Favor, where you Divine Favor for yourself and you like rip your opponent's deck away. But it's gonna be super terrible. Like, if you compare it to Divine Favor was a completely busted card in aggro Pally. But it was also the worst card in your deck whenever you faced an aggro matchup. You just, when you drew that card in your opening hand, you were like, oh my god, I just have -1 card. And that's what this card will do, even in worse, because it's not only a -1 card, kinda, that you can cycle. No, it's literally a sprint for your opponent. So it's gonna be super bad. Also against mid-range, I don't think this card is that good. It doesn't do anything, and you have to pay 4 mana. It's not gonna be a good card. So I think the card is bad. But I think there is ways where, in the right meta, this card is going to be like a monster. I would rate it 2 stars. I don't think it's good. But there is a potential that it's going to be like super busted. But it's only against like the control. Clip Hit, Pepelov. I rate Glide 2 stars. Let's see who's gonna Pepelov in 2 months. Where people are gonna ask, oh, was Glide in Hearthstone? I didn't even know. I have never seen the card. You don't have to outcast. That is a good point. That is a good point though. You don't have to outcast. But sometimes if it's on the left, you cannot do that. But that is a good point. Next up, Ace Hunter Green. Hello there. 3 mana, 2/4. Your other characters are immune while attacking. So while trading, I am immune. Mwahahaha. You have a 12/12 Deathwing. I'm just gonna face it with my weapon, lol. I think this card is good in Hunter and kind of so-so in Demon Hunter. But the effect is really strong. So, because trading gets so rewarded. Let's say you have a 5/5, your opponent has a 5/5. I am immune. I trade a 5/5 for free. It's a really good card. The thing is, Hunter and Demon Hunter are 2 classes that kind of don't want to trade. They want to go face. So you're like, is it really worth? But, I mean, Highlander Hunter is still kind of like a trade face deck. It does kind of both a bit. It is also trading quite some. And Demon Hunter kind of doesn't trade too much, only with the face. But still, it's a very good card. It's just a very good immune effect on everything. I will rate this card 4 stars. And the only reason why I am not rating it 5 stars is because it's a Hunter Demon Hunter card. Because they both classes just need to go face, kinda. And that's why I'm like... And if you play Control Demon Hunter, you're playing kinda a lot of control style spells. You're not having too many minions.
Bro, last expansion you said Priest is trash and unplayable when we unpack cards, and then I got played in tournaments.
I said Priest was bad. Yes. I said Priest was kind of meh, but then they reworked the class and then it kind of changed. I mean, it was more because of the rework. And, I mean, Priest is not like nuts. It's good, Priest. And you can't really say that because it was really bad. Priest was the worst, kind of, after the new expansion. But then like 5 nerf waves happened. Demon Hunter got obliterated. Every class got like uber nerfed, except Priest. So, Priest was kind of there in the Shaman Paladin, just above. So it's kind of, I mean, that was also 5 nerfs later. But yeah, 4-star card. Cycle of Hatred, 7 mana, deal 3 damage to all minions. So kind of like a flame strikey effect. Summon a 3/3 spirit for every minion you killed. Wow. We have here a flame strike that summons 3/3s after minions dies. Hatred. It kinda is good in a demon or like in a controlled Demon Hunter against token. Imagine you play this card against token root. I kill your whole board, I have your board now. I'm a little worried the cost is maybe a bit too expensive, but if you have a deck that goes wide and you play this, wow. I wonder if you can play towards it. Also, the one problem I have with this card as well is it's deal 3 damage to all minions. It's not enemy minions. Maybe that's actually a good thing. Because suddenly you can make tokens become a 3/3 as well from your own. Man, Demon Hunter is in such a strange spot. Because Demon Hunter has a lot of cards that are really OP if you have the right matchups. And that are completely useless if you don't. Like this card could be really, really good, but just in the right things. You can do this with Moarg. Cyclic of Headbutt plus Moarg deals 6 damage. I mean, this card has to be decent, guys, because it's like kind of better Flame Strike. I will rate it 3 stars. This card should get work. This card is not bad. So, overall view about Demon Hunter. I don't really think Demon Hunter got that many cards, guys, that support its current archetypes. Like, Demon Hunter is kind of an aggro class, but the most aggro things they got is like the new Demon Companion. And maybe the Mage Hunter a bit. They got a lot of like these wacky kind of cards. Not that much for the control archetype either. They got really strange cards in a way. Hard to rate. I think Demon Hunter is not going to be too great, but we will see. Oh, oops. 1 second, guys. Yeah. Alright, let's go next class. Next up, Hunter. Well, Hunter is a good next class because we already reviewed Demon Hunter and we reviewed Druid. So, how is Hunter gonna be? First new card here, Wobbletinger. 1 mana 1/1, summon a copy of this. It's kind of like the Alley Cat, but the nice thing what you can do is, so compare this card to Alley Cat. Why are you guys? The nice thing you can do with this card is, if this card has a hand buff, so let's say you hand buffed it with +1/+1, it's a 1 mana 2/2 that summons a 2/2. So it's similar to the Alley Cat, but it's just a straight up better Alley Cat. In that way, when it gets above, it's like doing the both like effects. It will just be a 1 mana. If you draw this from the 2 mana draw B spell with +2/+2, it's a 1 mana 6/6. It summons 2 3/3s. So this card is really good. It's good on 1 to play. It's good with a little buff on it. It's very a good card. I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars because I think this is gonna be a really, really good card. The thing is, it's not really a Highlander Hunter card too much, but I think still a good card. Is he a cutie, guys? Or a Wood Phaser? Is it Ayaya or Wood Phase? 1 mana, Karen Studies. Discover a Death Rattle minion. Your next one costs 1 less. I am not so sure about how the... Hunter was one of the classes I actually didn't play. So I am not completely sure how the Death Rattle mechanics are gonna work in Hunter. We got some Death Rattles there. 2 new Death Rattles. Two star. I don't think this one is too good. Not good, not bad. We can just go kind of short on these kind of cards. Overwhelm. Ooh, they are coming, guys. Look at this and look at this card. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Deal 1 more for each beast you control. 1 mana, deal 10 damage. No. This card art. I'm thinking of this card. What was the card that we had before in Hunter?
Well met.
That Wing Blast.
Hythges. Yesterday a friend told me that your girl gonna loves you a lot more if you're not just rich but also good in bed. Is it true?
I'm leaving that up to your own views, sir. That is something for you to get your view on. 1 mana. I kind of compare this card to Mr. Wing Blast. I think it's an okay card, but it's probably gonna be too situational. I don't think it's gonna get played because the problem with this card is you want to play a lot of minions to get a lot of bees, to get a lot of synergy, and then you kind of don't want to play spells. I don't think Hunter really wants to play, let's say, an Holy Smite, or maybe a Wing Blast could be okay, but it kind of is like so-so. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I don't think it's gonna be too good. Next up, 4 mana, 3/5, Crowlusk Bark Stripper. Spell burst, destroy a random enemy minion. So kinda Rottnest Drake here. That is gonna be pretty good, right? Play this with a spell and then you have like Deadly Shot Rottnest Drake. Can be very good. I'm just thinking what spells you want to play as Hunter, but you probably have to play like some 1 mana spells to make this work very well. Spell burst means once a spell gets played, the effect goes off, but only the first spell. So I think this card is good. Might be here and there a little hard to make work, but I guess you can just keep it tracking. You can even play a rapid fire kind of spell. I will rate this card 4 stars. I think it's a very good card. Teacher Pet, we already reviewed, but let's give it a few more of a Hunter review. I think in Hunter this card is less good, because you cannot cheat it out as Druid can. Still an alrighty card, but I think for Hunter it's worse. I rated this card 4 stars, but that's mainly because of Druid. But I think this card is really good. In Hunter, I don't think it's going to be that good. It's kind of like a Sludge Belcher in Hunter. Not bad, it's still a beast and it summons a beast, so it still has good synergy. But I'm sticking to my review of this card specifically for 4, but if it was only a Hunter card, I would have probably rated it 3. Blooded Tycoon. 3 mana 1/2. Death Rattle, summon a 4/4 Harpless Handler. Alright, so this card is kind of comparable to an egg. You play an egg and you get like a bonus out of the egg. I have no idea how to pronounce this card, so I'm not even gonna try it again. Tycoon? Is that how you do it? Piton? What? Piton? Closer. Alright, we're getting there. Python. Python. Okay. We're getting there. Some English lessons with Thijs here. 3 mana, 1/2 Python. Death Rattle, summon a 4/4. This card It's kind of comparable to like more of an egg card, but you play this card only for its death rattle effect. You never really want to play this card for any like of its own cards. So the thing is, how much can you now like get bonus out of the death rattle effect? There is no card that like, let's say, trigger its death rattle, right? Is there? Not really. Yeah, I don't think this card is too great. I mean, the value of the card is not bad, though. Like Terran, I guess, at best. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I don't think there is enough synergy with Hunter and Death Rattle. Weapon, yeah, that's true. Weapon, but then it's like you hit with 1. I think it's 2 stars. This card has a lot of potential, but I don't think it's that good at the moment. I already reviewed this card and I think I gave it 2 stars because of Demon Hunter. If this was an only Hunter card, I would rate it 1 star. I think this card is like no place in Hunter at all. This card is so bad. Why does Blizzard hate Heralds? Why do they always have to make Heralds like so bad? I mean, even with Unleash the Hounds, guys, it's so expensive. It's an 8 mana combo. To just play a 5/5 or a 6/6.
Nice gun.
Yes.
I'm starting soon.
Oh, you're gonna play soon?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Feeling good?
Yes.
You got this.
Yes.
You got this.
Hey Chad, give me luck. Tell me.
Tell me as well on Discord.
Yeah, of course.
But you got this. You're gonna
Wish
play
me luck,
really
guys.
well. You're gonna play really well.
Huh? Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
got
I know
this.
it. I know it.
Yes. Okay, love you.
Yeah.
Have
Good
fun.
luck.
Bye bye.
Mm. Go Simi. She's gonna play now in the Battlegrounds tournament for G2. What will be starting on stream in like 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Let's hope they do well. They're currently in 3rd place. They have to get top 2, but they're only 1 point behind the number 2. So hopefully they can have a good day. And hopefully she can carry RDU again. That's what I hope. Let's see. But yeah, back to this card. Bad. Let's see. Demon Companion, good card. Also in Hunter. I rated it 4 stars already. We'll stay to the 4 stars. It's a good card. This weapon, kind of similar, bit better in Hunter, but we already went over this card. But in Hunter, it's kind of better than in Demon Hunter. Guardian Animals. So this card is super busted in Druid. I think it might still get played in, maybe in Hunter can make it work as well. If you play enough, the only problem is you don't want to play 1 mana, 2 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana Beast. You really want to only just play 5 mana Beast to guarantee this card is really good. Probably still is going to be a very good card as well in Hunter, but not as good as it is in Druid. Alright, and here a very interesting Hunter card as well. Professor Slate. 3 mana 3/4, your spells have poisonous. So rapid fires are assassinates now. Arcane shots are assassinates. Is there any new spell out in this one as well? No, not a damage spell. So it's all the spells that we have at the moment. Does Unleash the Dog have poisonous? I don't think so, right? I think it's just the spell itself, and this spell summons, so I will not say so. I think the card is like, it should be a very good card, but like it only works really well with Arcane Shot and with Rapid Fire, and they are cards you don't really want to play. But maybe you can just cheese in and Rapid Fire, and you play Corrosive Breath and these kind of cards. I mean, it's an insane assassinate in that way. You can Hunter's Mark your own minion to give it poisonous. and then you kill a minion. I think it should be a good card, but it's kind of strange in the current archetype. Explosive shot, but you need to give it stealth, kinda. I will rate it at 3 stars. I don't think it has enough synergy, but it's kind of a good card. We did this card already, and we did that one already, and we did that one already. Hunter overall looks like so-so, kind of like some beast support. It looks like maybe there can be a hunter archetype that's more like a beast hunter. I think that's kind of the way the hunter wants to go. But I'm not sure if it's like gonna be really good enough there, because it's still like so-so. Oh, let me go back. Let's go next. Mage. What did Mage get this expansion? Mage, the first card, is a 2-mana totem, a Mage and Shaman totem. It's called the Trick Totem. 2-mana 0/3. At the end of your turn, cast a random spell that costs 3 or less. This card is so bad. But it's such a troll card. I mean, you're basically playing a 2-mana 0/3 that can even like kill itself. This card is so bad. This card also, there are not many good 3 or less mana spells that are good. Like, you're paying for an effect. Like, it's not a 0 mana card. Won't you play a 0 mana card at the end of the turn, cast a random spell that costs 3 or less? I don't know. And now you play a 2-mana 0/3 that is always gonna die the next turn. So you play like 2-mana 0/3, it dies at the end of the turn. Get a random 0 mana 3 or less. Little Yogg is not even comparable, because it's like a 3 or less spell, and they're kind of bad on average. Like, maybe in Totem Shaman there is some way, but Totem Shamans don't want to play this totem. It's a 0, it's just it's a 2-mana 0/3. It's so bad. I will rate it 1 star. It's such a bad card. It's a 2-mana 0/3. Who wants to play 2-mana 0/3? You don't even want to play that for 0 mana almost. And yes, there might be sometimes a funny like moment where this like can work, but me, what? Okay, you guys can play 2-mana 0/3s. I'm gonna innervate my Yeti on turn 1. Play your 2-mana 0/3 into it. I'm scared. One star. Sorry, Trick Totem. I'm not gonna get tricked by you. Creme Session. 2 mana. Draw 1 card. Improved by spell damage. Becoming like a draw 2 card. Draw 2 cards or even draw 3 cards going forward. Could be okay. It's not a bad card, because if you would use it as like 1 spell damage minions, it's a 2 mana draw 2, what's already pretty good. And it has potential of even becoming like a 2 mana draw 3 or anything with 2 spell damage minions. Quite some good spell minions coming, especially for both Mage and Shaman. And looks pretty cool. Definitely think you want to go more the Temple way. So I kind of like this card. It's a good draw card. It's a better Arcane Intellect in a deck that just plays a few spell damage minions. I will rate it 3.5 stars, because I think it's a bit better than 3. And here, Firebrand, 3 mana 3/4. Spell burst, deal 4 damage randomly split among all enemy minions. So we basically have a Flamewaker here that goes on minions, but also with a Spider Tank body. Very good card, this one. 3 mana 3/4. So this is really good in a tempo mage, where you kind of play a bit for the board, and then you can play this and you deal 4 damage to random enemy minions to then just keep winning the board. Spell burst means the first spell you play pops this effect. It's only a one-time effect though, so it's not gonna be like, it only happens once. I will rate this card 4 stars. I think it's a very good card in a more aggressive mage deck. And there might be ways with like spell damage mage to like be a more of an aggressive class, so I definitely think it can be good. No once in the game, not once per turn. And next up, Wyrmweaver, 5 mana, 3/6. Spell burst, summon 2 1/3 mana worms. Is this kind of the questing adventure mage needs to make like big combos work and win the turn after with 2 1/3s? I have the feeling this card is too slow, but let's give it a good look, because it's kind of close on it. 5 mana 3/6, you play a 1 mana spell, you get 2 mana worms. It probably too often is gonna get killed, right? But this will be a hard card to balance, because if it will be 4 mana, it will probably be too good. So I think 5 mana is the right cost here. But the thing is, this card is not that... the Wyrmweaver is not that scary. You don't care about this 5 mana 3/6. You care about the 2 mana worms, because they are more scary. If this card had Taunt or something, it could be a good card, because it protects the mana worms, but... without, you're just gonna focus on the mana worms, kill them, and you don't really care about the 3/6. So I'm gonna rate it a 2 card. 2 stars. Primordial Studies, 1 mana, discover a spell damage minion. Your next one costs 1 less. So getting an extra spell damage minion in, really good with the Solarium, of course, that you can get. Telnos is another card that you can get. There's a new 1 mana minion for mage as well that you can get out of this. And there are some more, of course, the classic minions that are kind of more expensive in that tool. I think this card is kind of good, because there is a lot of synergy with spells in both Shaman, but especially in Mage. There's quite some decent spell damage minions you can get as well. Shaman Prime is bad, so you don't really want the Shaman Prime to get from this. But the Mage Prime is really good. The Solarium. Often you can maybe even play this card for free with, like, let's say a Sorcerer Apprentice. Definitely Sorcerer's Apprentice can be really good in kind of aggro-y style mage decks. I would rate this card good. I think it's a good card. It's between 3 and 4. I'll rate it 4 stars. 'Cause I can. It's quite a good card. Brain Freeze. Me go face, Smork, no. Me frozen brain. Freeze a minion. Combo, also deal 3 damage to it. I don't think this card is that good. So Mage can just play Twin Spell and Freeze. Rogue has Backstabs, Daggers, Abyss. Playing 1 mana 3 damage as a combo, so not even a starter. I mean, it can be good. 1 mana deal 3, but only if you really play a lot of cycle stuff. Mage won't play this card, I think. Rogue might play it. But I don't think either. Like, Mage has Freeze. Why would you play 1 mana? Like, I mean, 1 mana freeze is not that bad, but it's such a mech card in your hand too often. I will rate it 2 stars. Mage, I don't really like for Mage to play this. Mage kind of wants to play it for the deal 3 damage, and Rogue kind of wants to play it for the freeze effect. But like, why would Rogue play Holy Smite? Why would Mage play Holy Smite? Sure, it's not too bad, but it's not too good. Yeah, this cover might be okay. I think it's a 2-star card. I'm not gonna rate it higher than that. Potion of Illusion. 4 mana, very interesting card here. It's a more combo card. Add 1/1 copies of your minions to your hand. They cost 1. So what you can do with this card is, there is an OTK with this card, where you can combine this card with, for example, Sorcerer Apprentices and with Antonidas to make them 1 mana. There is also potential with the new Spell Damage Mage minion, where you can also copy that one and make like also very good cards work. I think people definitely gonna play this card because it's like kind of an OTK you can do with this card. So it's kind of like an old school Quest Mage style where you want to like freeze and get like the potion effect going. I am not sure. I mean, I will rate it 3.5 stars because you have like OTK potential, so the card is definitely going to be good. It's a very niche card, so it's only really going to be getting played there, I think. I don't think you want to play this in like, maybe there's like Death Rattle Rogue options or something I was thinking of, but I think it's just too expensive in a deck like that. I will rate it 3.5 stars. And then here, Yandri's Barov. 5 mana, 2/1. Summon 2 random 5-cost minions. Secretly pick 1 that dies when it takes damage. For people that missed this card, I know somebody revealed this card earlier and it was an amazing video. I think you can check it out at youtube.com/Thijs Hearthstone. I think it was revealed there. And it was quite funny. Because quite some people were like, hey, this is 400 dust. And I was like, guys, are you serious? 5 mana, 2/1. Summon 2 random 5-cost minions. So you have a 5 mana 2/1 here that summons 2 5-cost minions. 5 mana, get 2 random 5-cost minions. Not bad, right? And secretly pick 1 that dies when it takes damage. So what you can do with this card is, you pick 1 that when it takes damage it dies, but your opponent still has to at least deal like 1 or 2 damage into it or trade a minion into it to let it die. So still you get like quite a good body of it. You can also of course like play, like pick Death Rattle cards or good cards that you kind of want to die on it. It has some synergy with like Conjure's Calling and Shadow Step, but that's kind of the best way. Of course, there's also a lot of low roll you can get with like some really bad 5 mana cards and you're gonna be like, eh. But in general, what I think is getting a bit underestimated is like, this is a 5 mana card that makes even 2 other 5 mana cards. How can that be bad? Even though they are random. Let's say you get 2 3/3s. It's still not bad. I think this card is really good in Rogue. And it's okay in Mage. Let's say you just get, even if this guy just summons like of the 4/2 stealth guy, or if it just summons 1 5/5. If this guy summons 5 mana 2/1 1 5/5, it's really, really good. It's just an 5 mana 8/6 in that way. And then there's still another 5-drop that is a must kill, but you still need to deal damage in it, but it's just a must kill. So yes, he gets a bit cheaper trade, but he still has to make one trade. I will rate this card 5 stars. This card is nuts. You will see this card in a lot of rogue decks, maybe even all rogue decks, and I don't think you will see it in Mage too much. I will make a bold prediction. You guys want a bold prediction? I will make a bold prediction. This card is really good. You will be surprised about this card. Maybe 5 is a bit too ambitious. Maybe I should have rated 4. But this card is really good. And I want to make a bold prediction. Hot take from Thijs. Jandries Barov is an amazing card. Compare it even to Giggling Inventor or something, guys. Don't underestimate this card. It's 5 mana. Thijs' hot take of the expansion. Jandries Barov is an amazing card. Next up, Mage card. Lab Partner. Hello, Lab Partner. How are you doing? 1 mana 1/3. Spell damage. 1 mana 1/3. Very good stand line for a 1-drop. Also, Mage is kind of in need of getting a 1-drop because it didn't have a 1-drop anymore after the nerf to Mana Worm. The reason why Tempo Mage was not a thing was because it just didn't have a 1-drop. Now we kind of have a 1-drop, and it's kind of a good 1-drop as well, because it's a 1 mana 1/3 Dire Maul stat line. And it also works really well with, let's say you play this on 1, you go Sorcerer's Apprentice on 2 with like an Arcane Missiles, and you definitely can win like an aggro, aggro matchup, or play for board really well. It has some synergy as well with the new spell damage cards. So I think this card is kind of what Mage needs. And this card is kind of what Mage really needed to have like an aggro spell mage kind of Mage deck. So I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars. I think this exactly, it might not be the most flashy card here and there, but it's gonna be a very silenced card that is gonna make the Mage deck really good. This one. This card is good in an aggro kind of Mage style. Also, one thing that people really are not aware of too much with the spell damage deck is there is the current card, the 3 mana 5/6, that only can attack once there is a spell damage minion on the board. That deck is really good in Shaman and in Mage. When you coin that card or play that card on 3, you just have a 3 mana 5/6. It's going to be a very good card in combination with cards like this, for example, to like play for the board. And I definitely think aggro Mage is going to be a thing. So I rate it 4 stars. Okay, let's talk about Russ, because it's a very interesting card. 5 mana, 3/6. 3/6, not sick. It's a sick card, but 6. At the end of the turn, deal 1 damage to all enemies, improved by spell damage. So, this card is kind of comparable to the Demon card we had, the 5 mana 4/5, at the end of the turn, deal 1 damage to everything. It's a Dreadlord in that way. So by first reading the card without like the improved by spell damage part, you can very compare this card to Dreadlord. It's maybe a bit better because of its stat line, because it has like a bit more defensive stat line, 5 mana 3/6 over 5 mana 4/5. But you can cheat out the card, of course. You have to play it for foul. It also hits face, so it's not just enemy minions. It also hits face, what is definitely a very important detail. And you have, of course, the improved by spell damage. So if there is 1, 2, or even 3 spell damage minions still on the board, this becomes like a very strong card, but you can deal 2 AoE, for example, to minions, and you can go face. I think this card is really good. It's a very, very good card. It's kind of like a winning card for especially Mage, but also potentially for Shaman, where it's a must kill. It's a 5 mana card that kind of deals with the board. You can make sure trades happen, that it kind of like deals with it. It hits face, And it stacks by spell damage. I think this card is really, really good. I'm gonna rate this card 5 stars. I think it's a very good card. Next up, Mozaki. Hello, Mozaki. Oh, 1 second, guys. Alright. Mozaki, 5 mana, 3/8. After you cast a spell, gain +1 spell damage. I think this card... So, I think this card is a bit of a sleeper maybe here and there, because you can stack really well with the spell damage. It's also a bit of like maybe a more of a combo type, where you can play this deck. I think this card is kind of hard to make work though, because the thing is you want to improve this by spell damage, but you also need to play spells a bit before. The stat line of this card is really good though. 5 mana, 3/8, so it's a very hard card to kill. So even if you just slam it on 5, it's not that easy to remove. And you can like go pretty hard from there on. Of course, it can get used in combo potential as well, where you play a lot of cards when you have this on the board, and then you can like, I don't know, make an arcane missiles of like deal 10 damage or something. I think this card is quite good. I will rate it 4 stars. I think it's a good card. But might be, you need to build your deck a bit around it as well. But I rate the card high because it's also a card you can just slam on 5. And it's not that easy to kill. So that's why I kind of rate it higher as well. If it will be a worse stat line, it will have been like a 2-star card to me. Combustion as well there. 3 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion. Any excess damage both neighbors. So, very interesting card. So when this card hits like, let's say a 3 HP minion, it deals 1 damage to both neighbors. When it, for example, hits a 1 mana minion or a 1 health minion, it deals 3 damage to its neighbors. So it's going to be a card you have to play around. It also gets improved by spell damage, but it's only a card that can hit minions. So I think it's a pretty decent card in that way. It's kind of a hard card to make work a bit, but it's kind of good as well. It's like if you play this against Demon Hunter on a 2 HP minion and both neighbors hit 2 as well, in that way it can be like really, really good. It's like a little baby swipe if it works. I suppose when you hit this on a Divine Shield minion, both neighbors get 4 damage or 3 damage actually. It's kind of like Power Shotty kind of style, or like Volcanic Potion, but a bit under it. I will rate it 3 stars. It's like a 2 or 3 star card to me. But I think because of spell damage stuff, it has like the potential. But it's more like a Highlander Mage card. Maybe it's 2 star actually. It's probably 2 stars. I will rate it 2 stars. Devolving Missiles. A new card for both Shaman and Mage. 1 mana. Shoot 3 missiles at random enemy minions, then transform them into 1 that cost 1 less. I think this card is amazing. I think this card is super good. It's basically a devolve that you can use on like 1 minion, but it's gonna get super devolved. It also is something you can use like on big boards where there are multiple good minions and you can just try to devolve them all. I think this card is really good. Both gonna get played in both Shaman and in Mage. I think it's a really, really good removal for like tempo decks to just play as like the one-off removal card. Like 1 mana devolving a minion is like so good. It's so good in like in more of an aggro, both aggro mage spell damage or aggro spell damage shaman deck. I think this card is really, really good and also super fun to play. Like, it's good against any big deck as well. This card's really good against Warrior. It's really good against Druid if they want to go big, or even like Priest that just buffs, or Libram Pally that buffs and suddenly it loses all the Librams. This card is really, really good. I will rate it, let's say, I will rate it 4 stars. It's a really, really good card. I was even thinking of 5, but I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I can rate this card actually 5 stars. It's a really good card. It's just gonna be an insta card. Let's just rate it 5 stars. It's gonna be an insta card in both Shaman and Mage. It's such a good card. Once Chief, 1 mana 1/2. Discover a Mage spell. It's an I'm not too sure about this card because it's kind of like a good card with like Discover a Mage spell as a combo effect. It's quite a good card for 1 mana. Discover is also a really good card because you can pick something early game, you can pick something late game. So it can be a very good card. I think it can be both good in Rogue and Mage. It's not just only a Rogue card that I think it has to be good in. I'm just thinking, might it be too slow a bit here and there, but I think it's going to be like fine. But it's not going to be like the super most flashy card in both decks. I think it's nice to play these 2 times as well in Mage, so you have 4 1-drops in Mage, and then it's like kind of good. Also, the spells are kind of good with Mage, like Mage has good spells. I'll rate it 3 stars. I think it's pretty good. So yeah, overall, Mage got quite some good stuff for like a more spell damage archetype. This Firebrand is really good. Ras and the Lab Partner are really good. I think Yendris also has like really, really good potential. And just in general, the spell damage package, I think it's quite good. Trick Totem is terrible. Don't play it. Don't get tricked, guys. Don't even try. It's just a 2 mana 0/3. Don't play it. But very decent cards overall from Mage. Alright, let's go next. We're gonna go to Paladin, guys. Let's see if Paladin will get played next expansion or not. 1 second, I need to message Shimmy and wish her good luck. Alright, time for Paladin. Time for Paladin. So, what does Paladin get this expansion? Will Paladin be getting played this expansion or not? Let's start off here. Blessing of Authority. 5 mana, give a minion +8/+8. It can't attack heroes this turn. This card is kind of comparable to like a 5 mana 8/8 rusher in a way. Huh. I think this card's not bad, actually. It's a pretty good card, like +8/+8. Compare this card to Blessing of Kings, and you get like +4/+4 from 1 mana. But you can't hit face the first time, but that's fine. You just trade the first time, and afterwards you can hit face. I think this card's pretty good. You can get an 18/22 on turn 5. Yeah, that's what I did. Turn 4 Fargor, turn 5 this. GG, next game, please. Shaman missiles, easy. Yeah, how about that? I will rate it 3 stars, this card. I think the card is quite good. But it's kind of might be getting hard to play. But I think you want to play this in like a more mid-range paladin. It can be a very good card. Like, it's really hard, guys. If you play this, if you get this card down against like Druid, how are they going to deal with it? They can just like lose to this card straight up. I think the card is definitely not bad. I'll rate it 3 stars. And this, I mean, I was looking at this card and I was like, how can I make it work? It's kind of a strange card. This one, 6 mana, 4/9. I think it's really good when you combine this, like, let's say with an duel, it can be good. But in general, it's really hard, guys, to, like, if you play against mid-range or aggro and you will play this card at turn 6, is it gonna work? I mean, this card is... If you do this with like the +8/+8, it can definitely be like very good, but is that gonna work? A lot of decks are just gonna try to like trade this card away. I think I rated 2 stars. I mean, there is potential with this card. There's here and there a little bit synergy. The stat line of the card is not bad, but it's gonna be a very hard card to make work. I don't think it's gonna be that amazing. I think it's hard to make this card work. Commencement, 7 mana, summon a minion from your deck, give it Taunt and Divine Shield. This is a Warrior plus Paladin card. And I was trying this card in a big Paladin deck, and it was actually really, really good. It fits really well in the Dual Paladin deck, because you can play Dual and discard to get your minions out of the deck in a very good way. And this one as well, you just summon a 10 mana minion, it gets Taunt and Divine Shield. This card is actually really good in like that kind of a deck. The only problem is, can you rely on Dual Paladin by just playing Dual and discard? It might be hard in some metas, but I think this card can actually be really good. I think we shall not underestimate this card. Also in Warrior, if you get down this the 9 mana card, it can be like very, very good as well. Oh, there we go. Like with the new mana card, 7 mana is a bit on the expensive card, but if it will be 6 mana, it will also maybe be a bit too cheap. I don't think this card is that nuts with Tyrion, but do this with a Deathwing, and you have a 7 mana 12/12 Tau Divine Shield. Maybe here and there it's like not good against like everything, but it has like really, really good potential. I think I rate this card 3.5 stars. I think this card is pretty good. Imagine Gather the Party, guys. Was quite a good card for 6 mana. And now for 7 mana it gets Taunt and Divine Shield. It's a pretty good card. Don't underestimate this card too much. Because both Paladin and Warrior can make this card work. Wave of Apathy. 1 mana. Set the attack of all enemy minions to 1 until your next turn. 1 mana Paladin pre-spell. It's so-so. I don't think it's bad, but it's not that insane either. Because it's kind of like, you want to like try to accomplish something with this card. I think it can be good in Priest, but I don't really see this in Paladin too much work. You can do this and then let me change your mind. Actually, this is really good with the new 4 mana card in Priest. Because you can play this with the new 4 mana card and then you just steal the minion. If it is like a 3 or 4 attack minion, you just steal it. This card is actually really good in Priest. I would rate this card 4 stars for Priest and 2 stars for Paladin. I'm gonna rate it 3.5 then. I think this card is just a really good Priest card, but it's not really a Paladin card. Next up, Shield of Honor. 1 mana, given damaged minion, +3 attack and Divine Shield. It's quite good for 1 mana, give +3 attack and Divine Shield. But it has to be a damaged minion. Pretty good in like Damage Warrior. It's probably a better Rampage. I think this card is better than Rampage. 1 mana less, and instead of 3 defense, it gets shield. Man. When all the good dual Paladin cards, guys, are just not good for Paladin, but for the other class. Feels Paladin, man. Hey, this Paladin card is good in Priest. Hey, this Paladin card is good against Warrior. I mean, this card's really good in Warrior, guys. I think it's a better Rampage. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. Also, this might be getting played in aggro Pally decks, but I think the damage part can be a bit too hard for Paladin. How's your minion getting damaged? It has good Reborn synergy, kind of. And if you then can copy the card, it can even be like better. I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. 4 stars. And next up, Lord Barov. 3 mana 3/2. Set the health of all your minions to 1. Hello, Equality. Equality is back, not for 2 mana, but for 3 mana. Also really good in, like, let's say a warrior that can like play like the skipper or wind. Man, this with risky skipper is a super up combo. Risky skipper this, bye board. I think this card is actually really good. It's setting all the health of all minions to 1, so it also does it on your minions. I'm also thinking if there's a way you can kill off this card itself for 1 mana. There's not like a 1 mana deal 2 damage card in Paladin, right? You have like this Sport card in Warrior, but Warrior has enough ways to just deal the 1 damage. You can give it Rush with the 1 mana minion, but it's kinda so. I think this card is good. I will rate it 4 stars. I think it's a very good card, both in, especially in Warrior, but also definitely good card in Paladin. You definitely want to play a 3 mana Equality. It's really good. You can give it maybe Rush, you can maybe like just synergize somewhat with this card, but 3 mana Equality is really good in Pally. But it's even better in Warrior, probably. Lord Barov. And here, High Abbess Allura. 4 mana 3/6. Cast a spell from your deck. Targets this if possible. So this card, that kind of wants to play big minion heavy deck and then just play big spells, right? If you play this card with only big spells, you always get the big spell. Let's say your only spell is like Lay on Hands in your deck. You play this, Lay on Hands for free. Well, you need to play a spell first. I mean, you can play maybe a spell that you get from a minion to then make it work as well. But the thing is, this stat line is so good, guys. 4 mana, 3/6. I think this is going to be a card that is really good in Priest. It might also be still really good in Paladin. Like, you just play this, you play a little spell, you get a buff on the minion. It has to be a good card. Just get the coin, chat. When will there be the time? I was actually thinking, with the new spell burst, if Blizzard is gonna nerf the coin and it doesn't... Like, coin used always to be like kind of so OP in Rogue and in Mage. Because it activated all the things. And now with spell burst, like coin even gets more value. Maybe coin shall not be counting as a spell. I think at some point maybe that has to get changed. Especially now with all these spell burst cards. Because it's like so cheesy if you get the coin or not. I think, but this card is really good. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars, but it might even become a 5-star card. This card has so much potential. 4 mana, 3/6, cheese a big spell from your deck. It's so good. Play only big spells, maybe just a few little spells, so you make sure your spell burst works. But this card is really, 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 really good. And here we go. Is this the card, guys, that is gonna save Paladin? Argent Braggart. 2 mana, 1/1, gain attack and health to match the highest in the battlefield. What is this card? When I was playing this card is just a 2 mana 8/8 sometimes. Or 2 mana 7/7. The only problem is it's a Paladin card. I mean, this card is really good, guys, because of 2 mana. It's just really, really good. 2 mana with this, like, even it's a 2 mana 5/5, guys. It's already super good. You can play it in aggro, you can play it in control, you can play it everywhere. I think this card is really, really good. I mean, this card, I think is just a 5-star card. This card is so good. The only problem is, it might still not get played because it's Paladin. And it just doesn't have a way. Imagine, guys, you play this against an Edwin and you just, I don't know, Alder Peacekeeper the Edwin. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I'm just too worried it's not gonna get like too much play at all. We'll rate it 4 stars. It's a really busted card, guys. This card is really OP. But it's still gonna be hard for Paladin to make it work. And then Deathwood Papil, 6 mana 4/5, Divine Shield Taunt. Wait, are we talking about Sunwalker? Yes and no. We are talking about Sunwalker, but this one costs 1 less for each spell you've cast on friendly characters this game. Wow. 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 This card is busted, guys. Super busted. Because if you heal phase, if you play a Libram on your minion, if you play a buff spell, if you play anything, it gets 1 mana cheaper. This card is busted. It's gonna be very often, it can just be a 0 mana 4/5 Divine Shield Taunt. Do you know how annoying a 0 mana Sunwalker is? Very annoying. I have no idea how this card got there. Because this is just like a Corridor Creeper kind of card. And it even has Taunt and Divine Shield. But this card is super busted. Insanely busted. In both Paladin and Priest. Maybe this card can just carry Paladin. And be the reason for Paladin to still be like a deck. I'm gonna rate it, I mean, this is a 5-star card. This card is busted. 5 stars. This card is really, really good. It's good against aggro, it's good against mid-range, it might even be good against control. It's just a new Corridor Creeper. Yes, it's only a corridor creeper for Paladin and Priest, but this card is really, 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 really good. Even when in 0 mana 4/5 guys gets default missiles, it's still a 3-drop. It's a really, really good card. Super OP. Gift of Luminance. 3 mana, give a minion Divine Shield, then summon a 1/1 copy of it. So kind of card you want to play in like a more big stat line or in a Death Rattle kind of deck. It's a bit comparable to the card we had before of like also copying for Priest. But now also Paladin kind of gets the mechanic. It can be good if you play this on like a 1 or 2 mana minion and then you copy it with the first Divine Shield and minion. Grave Runes plus this also be really good. This is a really good combo card. It definitely is a card that can have like a lot of potential in Priest, but also maybe in Paladin. I don't think it's bad at all. I think I'm gonna rate this card. I mean, I will rate it 3 stars. It's just a good spell, but I think it has a lot of potential in like a Priest deck. It has like, it can just be like a very OP card when you combine it with the right spells on the right minion. So I definitely am gonna rate this card high. And next up, Turalon the Tenturet. 8 mana, 2/12. Rush, whenever this attacks a minion, set the defender's attack and health to 3. So again, a card that can be really good, guys, in like the more summon Paladin archetype, where you can like play this with Duel, you can play it with the new 7 mana spell. The problem is it just gonna be like too slow? Because how often is there a game, guys, where your opponent on 8 mana just plays 1 big minion and you can trade into that big 8 minion with this? I think overall it's a too slow of a card just by playing it itself. It's really good when they play like a 12/12, you hit into it, you make it a 3/3 for example, but how often is that kind of going to happen? Very often your opponent can also just go wide. They kind of try to win that way. I think it's, I'm going to rate this card 3.5 stars. I think it is still going to be a very decent card, but it's so often going to be too slow as well. I think you just play this in a big Paladin. I mean, the card is not bad itself, but it's kind of slow. It's so hard to make work. Probably is not getting played much. Nah, I'm rating it 2 stars. I changed my opinion. 2-star card. Not too great. Sergido Maul, a new weapon for both the warrior and the paladin. 3 mana 2/2. Summon a student with taunt and stats equal to the spell cost of this minion. So this is kind of like an it's kind of like a 3 mana little weapon, but then if you play, let's say, a consecration the turn after, it's gonna be like a 3 mana 2/2 weapon, summon a 4/4, and you remove the board. Also, when you do like a brawl, I mean, this card has like a lot of potential. This is not really a card you play maybe too much on turn 3, but if you combine this with like on turn 3, you with any spell, any 5 mana spell means a 5/5, any 4 mana spell means a 4/4, any 8 mana spell means an 8/8. Like it has a lot of still good summon potential of in that way as well. One second, guys. It's for the tournament that they are playing, the BG tourney. So So I think a very good card. I would rate it... I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars. I think this card is really, really good. Because you can combine it very well. You play this on 3, you kill a minion, you consecrate the board, you get a 4/4 out. It's a very good card in the curve. It's also a very good card later where you play this and you play a 7 mana spell and you just get a 7/7. I think this card is really, really good for what it can do. It's good no matter when you play it, kinda. So I definitely think it's one of the very, very good cards. First day at school, new Paladin card, 0 mana, add 2 random 1-cost minions to your hand. Also very good card in a way. It works quite well in Paladin as like maybe getting like early minions if you just want to play a minion deck. It's kind of a hard card to like think about, but I think it's kind of good in Pally if you make like, if you just play big minions, you kind of want to get early game minions, and this card can give you early game minions. I think overall it's still good. It also is a very good spell burst activator. It's a 0 mana Paladin spell to activate spell burst, so any spell burst card you just go boom with this and it already goes off. I think this card is really good in spell burst stuff. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I think this card is pretty good. And here, Goody 2 shields. Divine Shield, Spell Burst, again Divine Shield. 3 mana 4/2 with Divine Shield. And then potentially getting a Divine Shield back. Kind of hard rating card here. Is this going to be a card that's good in Pally? Also, one thing that's actually a bit annoying with this card when I saw it getting played is when you play this card and you play any spell before it got its Divine Shield popped, the spell burst goes away. So if it already has Divine Shield, you still lose your spell burst on this card. I think the card is okay, but it's just okay. It's not a sick card, it's not a bad card. It might just make the cut in Pally to like fit the curve or maybe make a bit more aggro archetype. I think it's an 3-star card. It's just an overall pretty decent card. I think it will get played in Pally here and there, but it's not gonna be like an insanely like OP busted card. So yeah, overall, I think Paladin got quite some decent stuff. This one is really, really good. I think this one is really good. I think this one is really good. Borov is not bad. High Priest Arlura, also a very good card. 0 mana spell, good. 2 mana weapon, or 3 mana weapon, good. Blessing, not bad. Like, Paladin got quite some good stuff. So maybe Paladin will get played this expansion. Maybe we will have 10 classes in the next expansion. I hope so. I really hope so. It got good cards. I hope it's enough. Because Paladin needs a lot. But there is potential now. Alright, what is the next class? Priest. 1 second, guys. Let me answer Simi. Alright, let's take a little look at Priest now, the next class. What is Priest gonna get this expansion? Initiation there, 6 mana, Priest spell, deal 4 damage to a minion. If that kills it, summon a new copy. I suppose a new copy for you, huh? Is this card good? . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Initiation, sorry. 6 mana, removal, summon a copy. Also can use it on your own minion, but... I mean, you can't really compare this card to Holy Nova because it summons a copy, so it's really good. You get it on your board. It's more comparable to, let's say, Firelands Portal than it is to that. I think this card's actually really good. You play this, you kill it, and you get a copy. It's a really good tempo swing. It's kind of like Firelands Portal-y. But then, like, depending a bit on the outcome. Like, what the minion is. Maybe it's sometimes a little minion, maybe sometimes... Even if you kill a Deathwing, it's just 6 mana, kill Deathwing, summon a 12/12. Like, it's a really good tempo card. You get a lot of tempo out of it. It's not like a priest card that is, like, super slow. It's Sylvanas. It's actually kind of comparable to Sylvanas. And then you're gonna be like, okay. Sylvanas, huh? This card is good, guys. In a mid-rangey priest, control priest. It's a very good tempo swing. This card is a 4-star card. It's a really good card, I think. It's a good tempo swing. It's like not like a completely control priest card, but more like a mid-range priest card. Would you play Sylvanas in the current meta? Not in every deck, but maybe in some control decks. In control mirrors, it's really good. It's a little bit of a mind control-y card. If you compare this to mind control, it's not that far off. Yes, you need to be able to kill it, but... And yes, it's not as good as mind control, but there's also 4 mana difference. I think this card is good. You're gonna see this card getting played. Wave of Apathy there. 1 mana. We already reviewed this card. I think this card is really good in Priest. The reason is this card. Where is it? This card. Cabal Acolyte. 4 mana 2/6. Gain control of a random enemy minion with 2 or less attack. So you play this, then you play the 1 mana spell. Make your minions have 1 attack, and it's just a Cabal Shadow Priest on whatever you want. You just mind control your opponent's minion. Yes, it is random, but what if they only have 1 or 2 minions? Or maybe you can even kill one before. So I think this card is like pretty good. It also has Taunt, this card. Taisimi is winning in the BG tournament. Oh, wow. I hope so. That will be awesome. What is she playing? It's pretty good. I will rate this card 4 stars. This one. I think it's really good. I think it's a very, very good card. 4 stars. And this, I kind of rated as well before 4 stars. I think it's a very good card if you play this in Priest. In Paladin it's not so good, but in Priest it's really good. Next up, Dragonet Studies. Thank you for the sub, Darks, with the 8 months in a row. Love you, Thijs. Aw, thank you for the 8 months. Dragonet Studies. 1 mana, discover a dragon, your next one costs 1 less. I don't think this card is too OP because I don't think it's too OP because getting a dragon 1 mana cheaper, which one do you really want with this deck? It's not that OP. Like, there is not really a dragon priest archetype too much. I think this is one of the weaker ones. I'm gonna rate this card 2 stars. I don't think it's that great of an study card. Mindrender Elucia, also there joining in. Hello, Mindrender Elucia. Okay, guys, and this card is pretty sick. 2 mana 1/3, swap hands and decks with your opponent until your next turn. Wow. Swap. Wow. Wow. So you basically, for 2 mana, just get his whole hand. You try to play as many cards as you can. This card is really good when you're out of cards. I think this card is really good, right? 2 mana, 1/3, swap hands and decks with your opponent until your next turn. I think it's a very, very good card, actually, this card. Wow. I will rate it 4 stars. I think the card is good. Because you can use this when you're very low on cards. You try to play as many cards as you can. You don't have any cards in your hand. And then imagine you even play this deck against the OTK deck. Or this is like a tool for priests to suddenly like beat OTK decks. Imagine you play this against Quest Warlock, well, it's one of the worst matchups, and you just nether breath all the terrible cards, and you even Soulfire you even Soulfire to get rid of the Meligots in the hand or something. This can actually really mess up with all these OTK decks. This is like the priest way to beat OTK. This is literally an OTK killer. Or even against the mage guys, when you play this card against OTK mage, priest is just gonna be like, Kek, give me your hand, bye-bye cards. Raised Red, 0 mana, deal 3 damage to your hero, return 2 friendly minions that died this game to your hand. Some kind of resurrect mechanic. When I first read this card, I was like, wait, it's gonna resurrect 2 minions, but then I saw it was like to the hand, and I was like, oh, that is a bit better. Also, thanks for the sub. I missed the sub. Who was it? Dark Elemento. Thank you for the sub. Feels amazing, man. I hope you enjoy the stream, sir. I think it's a pretty good card. In a way, for maybe... it's kind of hard. How do you rate this card? Do you want a card that gets 2 minions in your hand? It can be pretty good, right, in Priest? Because it's 0 mana, you get 2 minions back, and you just play one directly when it fits the curve. Also helps with invoking maybe here and there, if you want to play that kind of a Priest deck. I mean, it's basically 0 mana, draw 2. With paying 3 lives. I think this card is really good. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I think it's a very good card. Because it's 0 mana. I think that is what makes it OP. Just read this. If you just read this card really simple, it's a 0 mana, draw 2. By paying 3 lives. And that's just really, really good. The value of it is really good. So I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. It's a very good card. Power Word Feast. 2 minion. Give a minion +2/+2. Restore it to full health at the end of the turn. So kind of like 2 mana +2/+2. Give a little bonus. Simi won. Did she win? Oh my god. She won the lobby? Wow. She did? Damn. Simi carry, huh? G2 failing, but Simi carrying. Wow. Damn. That is nutty. Sick. Wow. I had to look for a moment. Nice. Alright, one more, they have to go. If they do well in the last lobby, they advance. So let's hope they do well. Would you guys like to watch the end of the match? I am actually allowed to also watch it on my own stream. They just gave me permission to also watch it on my own stream. But I kind of also want to like continue a bit with the review. Let's see. I am allowed to cast it. So I can just do it on my own channel. I can just mute casters and I am just allowed to do it. Would you like to do that? We can do that when the next game starts. We're just gonna finish the priest one. Let's see. I think this card is like alrighty. I'm gonna rate this. I don't think this card is too good. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I mean, it can be fitting in priest, but is this card really gonna get played much? I don't think so. Sure, make a poll. And let's vote. I did this one already. I think this card is even more busted in priest. Than it... I think it's even more busted in priest than it is in paladin. Because you can like really cheat with the spells a bit. We did that card. This card is also really good in priest, guys. Might even be more busted in priest. Because what you can do with this card is you can combine this card with like any spell. Even if you just renew your face or anything, it already becomes cheaper. It's so OP, this card. This is such a nut card. Rafa Sam, thank you for the 16 months in a row as well there. Feels amazing, man. Less than 3. Yes, make sure to vote. We did this card. We did this card. Alright, very interesting card here as well. Flash Giant. 8 mana 8/8. Costs 1 less for each time your hero's health changed during your turns. So, whenever you heal your own phase, whenever you damage your own phase on your turn, it gets cheaper. It's kind of a more miracle card in a way, a bit in that way. So if you are healing, if you're using spells on healing, but it has to be your hero. So not healing a minion doesn't really work. I think this card has like a lot of potential in Warlock, because if you do this in Warlock, your hero power really becomes good. Healing a rain, I mean, there is no card like that. But otherwise, it's a priest and warlock card only. I mean, if you just heal a lot, if you damage yourself, it also works. So for example, the 0 mana card works really well with this deck. I think this card has a lot of potential. I think it's a good card. I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I think it's a good card. And here, Discipline Gantling, 4 mana 3/6. After you play a minion, destroy it and summon a 4/4 failed student. Wow. 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 Isn't this card just super busted? You play this on turn 4, or you have a 4/3/6. Any minion you play becomes a 4/4. If you are playing, if you're playing any like little lackey, or if you play even an egg, it becomes like you activate the egg and you make another 4/4. I mean, I don't think this card is too good in priest, but this card is really good in warlock. This in zoo with lackeys or with little things. This card is super busted, guys. Anything you play, you can even play it with 0 mana cards or 1 mana cards, and it's just so good. I think it's a very, very good card. Britbane Destroyer. This card is really good, guys. I'm gonna rate it 5 stars. I think it's a super busted card in Zoo. This card is really good. Yeah, I was talking with Simi. I think this card is very good, guys. Next up, Brittlebone Destroyer there as well. 4 mana 3/3. If your hero's health change this turn, destroy a minion. So, in a way, this card can be really good in like an... I think this card is really good in Warlock. Because it's basically a 6 mana. Play it for like 6 mana, destroy a minion, draw a card. Because you can just do it with life tap. 6 mana, destroy a minion, summon a 3/3, draw a card. Draw 1, 3/3. I mean, there's also a way where you can do it like, let's say, Flame Imp and you play this. You Soulfire your own face, you play this. Yeah, that's kind of bad. I think this card is very good. I think I'm gonna rate it. I think I'm gonna rate this 4 stars. I think it's a very good card. It's a little less good in Priest because Priest can already like do so much with it. I think 6 mana heal to remove a minion is way worse than like 6 mana draw a card remove a minion. So I think I'm gonna rate it 4 stars. I think it's a really good card, both in Warlock and Priest, but especially in Warlock. And here, a nice new Priest card, guys. A 1 mana 1/4. Priest minion. So, this is such a good stat line, kinda. Like, 1 mana 1/4, guys. Like, what is this even? Like, what stat line are we talking about when 1 mana cards are 1/4? Like, this is like a 2 mana minion kind, alright? I know it's like neutral, but it's just a stat line. It's like, for a 1 mana card, so annoying to deal with. I think this card is quite good. I mean, it's more of a tempo priest card in a way, so it's not really a card you want to play in any other priest deck, but I think it's like very, very good in general. I'm gonna rate it 3.5 stars. I think this card is like very, very good in priest. Yeah, I'm gonna rate it 3.5 stars. I think it's very, very good. I don't think that Temple Priest is going to be that good, so that's why I'm not rating it higher. So overall, Priest, it got quite some sweet cards. I mean, I think a lot of the cards like these two are really good in Priest, but they are also really good in Paladin. The Giant might be so-so. This good. Priest got a bit kind of all over the place cards. It doesn't really have like one OP direction. Kind of got like a bit of everything. But I think pretty good overall. Alright, let me see guys how they are doing. So shall we watch, guys, the Play Hearthstone channel? Shall we watch the finals? Would you like to watch the finals? If they're currently in first place actually because Simi won. Let me see. I can commentate it myself. They just started. Does it work like this? No, not like that. I think I'm gonna do it just tomorrow, guys. We are just gonna go a bit in here and there, and tomorrow I think I will set up a casting if they advance. Because if they advance to the semifinals, the Chinese people asked me that I could I could also do the broadcast myself if I wanted it. They will just give me the feed. I think we're just gonna hop a little over here and there, and then next turn, if they go to the semifinals tomorrow, I will cast it. Then I really want to cast it, because that's the final day. Yeah. So if Ardu and Simi, because Simi won the last lobby, she won, chat. She actually won 2 out of the 5 rounds. Do you know how sick that is? She's just carrying Radu. She just won the lobby. That is insane. So if they do decent here, they are gonna advance to tomorrow. I think because Simi just won the last lobby, they kind of need average result. So if they get like reasonable placement, they're gonna win to tomorrow. So we'll see. Oh man, this is exciting. All right, guys, we're just gonna continue the review. And let me check. Next up, Rogue. Rogue. Oh, what did I do? Now it works again. Okay, let's go. I have to really go to the toilet, guys. So I'm gonna go over to this card, and I want to know what you think of this. Be right back. Alrighty, chat. I was going down for a moment. I want to see how Simi was like doing. I really hope they advance. I really hope so. Alright, here, new rogue card, Dr. Krasnikov. The new legendary here for rogue and for warrior, guys. A very solid card. I think it's a card that can be very good in the deck as well. I think Weapon Rogue is going to be a pretty decent deck. We have only seen like a few cards, or I haven't really been going over the other Rogue cards, but the Weapon Aggro Rogue seems very decent. So I think it can be like a very, very good deck. Especially, let me go over this weapon first. So one of the new weapons for Rogue is this, the 3 mana 1 for self-sharpening sword. Sharpening it himself. So when you played it, it gets like 1 extra attack every time you buff it. So let's say you attack first, you make it a 2-3, then it becomes a 3-2, then becomes a 4-1. But if you compare this card like with Deadly Shot, or with the Dr. Krasnikov, or with like a green skin, you get a lot of extra durability as well, what makes the weapon like even more powerful in the late game. It's a weapon that kind of stacks during the game, but after its first attack that is very bad, it actually becomes like very, very good. So I think this weapon is like actually a very, very good card. I definitely think you're gonna like see it play in Rogue as well. So I think this card is really good, and I would rate it at least 3 stars. Let's also first go over this. 2 mana. At the end of your opponent's turn, add copy of the cards that played to your hand. It's kind of a strange secret, right, this one? Because 2 mana at the end of your turn, add copies of the cards that played to your hand. It's kind of like a strange card in that way, how it works. But very, very good as well in a way. I mean, your opponent can play really well around it, but your opponent also kind of doesn't want to be AFK. But if your opponent plays cards that are completely useless for you, what are you gonna do? What can you even do? I think it's gonna be an. I don't rate this card too high. I'm gonna rate it like 2 stars, because I think in some decks it's really bad. They just play removal, you get removal in your hand, well, it's kind of useless. It has really high value, but I think it's not really a tempo card, and it's not really like a that great of a control card against like the control deck archetypes, so I don't think this card is too good. Next up, Full Parade Toxin Blade. 3 mana 3-3, your weapon has 2 attack. So kind of in the Weapon Rogue archetype. I think this card is decent. I mean, it's kind of like a basic card a bit. I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. I mean, these cards we can just go kind of fast. Shifty Sophomore, 4 mana 4-4, add a combo card to your hand. Pretty decent stat line. 4 mana 4-4 stealth, spellburst, add a combo card to your hand. I mean, the range of combo cards is pretty big. Most of the combo cards are good, but not all of them are good. 4 mana 4-4 stealth is actually pretty decent stat line. But there are quite some bad, like you can get the head cracks of the set as well. So there's quite some mech cards for the spellburst mechanic. I think it's kind of like worth an... I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I don't think this card is too good. You're not really playing it. It's maybe a good arena card, but not really that great of a constructed card anywhere. What is Spellburst? Spellburst is when you play the first spell, the effect goes off, but only with the first spell. And also here, the draw card for the Weapon Rogue, Cutting Class. Draw 2 cards, cost 1 less for per weapon attack. So if you are having like a very, very big weapon, it's a 0 mana, draw 2. Simi's dead. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, she won a lobby. And she got 7. So actually really good. Come on, Ardu, do something. Just do something. Don't let her down. Come on. Please. I think this card is very good. It's like a 0 mana draw 2. Cost 1 less per attack on your weapon. I think it works really well. Because if you have a 5 attack minion, the card is 0 mana. 4 attack is not that hard. So I think then it's a 1 mana draw 2. I think this card is just good. It only fits, of course, in the weapon rogue. But it seems like a really good archetype. The pirate aggro rogue deck. I played it already yesterday and it seemed very good. So I'm gonna rate this card. I'm gonna rate it 3.5 stars. 3 mana, warrior rogue card. Destroy a damaged minion. Destroy any minion. Combo. So kind of like 3 mana execute. Combo destroy any minion. It's kind of like a Filepine Slayer, but then without the body. I don't think this card is good at all. Not in Warrior and not in... I mean, Warrior just shield slams. Why would Warrior ever play this? It's like a shield slam for 3 mana. And why would Rogue play this when they kind of have like all the consistently like... I mean, yes, it's a 3 mana Assassinate, but you can just play Sap, 1 mana Stunner, Sap, a Viz even maybe. I don't think Rogue needs this. I think it's a 1-star card. I think it's a good maybe random discover card, but I don't think you're gonna play this in any deck. Brain Freeze we already went over. I don't think it's a card that really got played in either Mage or Rogue. We went over this card. We went over this 5-star card. Oh, and here we go. Secret Passage. 1 mana. Replace your hand with 5 cards from your deck. Wow. This card, 1 mana, draw 5. What is this card? Why is this card real? It kind of is a 1 mana draw 5. Yes, you swept back the turn after, but it's like a 1 mana draw 5 for like your first turn you play it. Also, when you draw a second Secret Passage, you can play it and you go back to that hand afterwards as well. Leontes there with the 6 months dice. All hail our new aggro rogues overlords. Yahar. Go get them, pirates. I mean, this card is good. It's a very good card. Oh my god, 1 mana draw 5. What is this card, guys? I mean, if you play this in an aggro deck and you just have like a 1 mana draw 5, you just play 5 new cards for free. But this card, and yes, you sweat back next turn, but it's just a 1 mana draw 5. This card, I don't know. This card is just so busted. I don't even know what else going to the mind here, guys. Also, if you, let's say, draw a weapon card from this, you draw 2 more. These 2 cards that you draw more are not getting out of your hand afterwards. So it's a really, really good card. I mean, this card is 5/5. It's definitely a 5-star card. This card is super, super busted. Insanely busted. Super good in any aggro rogue. You just go full on the board and then 1 mana draw 5. Insanely broken. You can even play it as a 2-of. It's not even a legendary. I don't know how this card could make it. Alright, let's make an presumption. This will be one of the first cards that got nerfed, guys. It's gonna get nerfed. We did Mr. Doctor. I think this is a 4-star card, guys. I think it's really good in the weapon rogue deck. Because it brings that extra durability, what you really, really want. It's not that good. It is that good. This card will be nerfed soon. Oh, Radu top 4. Okay, then I think he's top 3, they always make it. But it seems like TI got very little points. So I think they're in a good spot, actually. Infilator Lillian there with a 4 mana 4/2. Stealth, Death Rattle, summon a 4/2 Forsaken Lillian that attacks a random unit or a random enemy. So random enemy can also be, if there is no minions on the board, can hit face, Smork. Pretty good card. Four mana 4/2 Stealth is already not that bad, and then Death Rattle, summon a 4/2 that attacks directly, so you kind of get like charge on it. Or like a direct attack. I think this card is pretty good, because it's like a very good face card as well, like it has Stealth. I think I'm gonna rate it 3.5 stars. It's a pretty good card in a more aggro rogue. Rogue is definitely going to be kind of going aggro. And here also very interesting card in the weapon rogue. 4 mana 4/4. Summon a random minion that costs equal to your weapon's attack. So if you have a 5 mana or a 5 attack weapon, you summon a random minion equal to your weapon's attack. You just play a 4 mana 4/4, summon a random 5-drop. This card is really good, guys, in weapon rogue. Even if you only will get a 3-drop, guys, this card's already OP. Let's say you get just, even if your weapon only has 3 attack, because of a deadly poison or whatever, it's just a 4 mana 7/7 on average, with no overload. This card is really, really, really good. A really good card. A very good card. 4 mana, 7/7 in that way. And it's not even overloaded. And this is not even the best case, because I'm not even talking about an 4 attack minion, 5 attack minion, or any bigger. This card is really good. 4 stars. And the one chief we went over, I think it's an okay card for Rogue, but I'm not sure how they play it. I don't know if Rogue is really going to play it, but they might play it as well. Okay, so how are they doing? RDU is top 3, guys. I think they're in. I think they advanced. RDU got now top 3, but should be enough points, I think. Because they were like, after Simi won the last game, they are in a really good spot. Oh la la. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice ties. I think they're advancing, guys. Also there, Karsurar BR. Thank you for the sub, Karsurar. I hope you are doing good today. Feels amazing, man. Awesome. Alright, let's go to the next. Which ones are left? We did the Rogue. Shaman. The question is, will Shaman get played this expansion? Is Shaman gonna come back in Hearthstone this expansion or not? Let's see what Shaman got here. 2 mana, 1/3, Rune Dagger. After your hero power or after your hero's attacks, spell damage +1 this turn. So, before we can just rate this card only, I think it's a bit important to look a bit at the overall cards that Shaman got, because it got quite some spell damage card. We saw the Ral before that Shaman got. It also got like an extra spell card, but what is also very nice with the spell damage weapon here, after your hero attacks, gain +1 spell damage. RDU got top 2. Easy. Aw, then they're in, guys. They actually advanced. That is awesome. They're in the semifinals now. Easy. Nice. Wow, that is amazing. Semi-finals, indeed. I think I'm gonna cast it tomorrow, guys. Or broadcast it on the channel. Because they're in the semi-finals now. I think I'm gonna, they asked me if I wanted to cast, to just cast it. I called, so I think I'm just gonna broadcast this tomorrow on my stream. So you don't have to watch the Play Hearthstone casters. You can go casting with Thijs. 2 mana, 1/3 weapon here. So the nice thing is you can get the spell damage every time after you attack. What is actually really nice. So let's say you want to have extra spell damage. You want to make a better lightning storm. You want to make a better lightning bolt. You want to make any better spell. You can combine it very well with this 2 mana 1/3 weapon. And in that way, it's also a very good way to just generate the spell power. Imagine this card with for example, Ras. Ras gets it deals extra damage by spell damage. But what if you just save a weapon charge for Ras and suddenly Ras is a 5 mana 3/6, deal 2 damage to everything. You just have a free lightning storm almost by just having this weapon equipped. I think this card is really good because it has a lot of good synergy with the spell power in Shaman. Shaman has really good spells to do that. I think this card is quite good. I'm gonna rate this card 3.5 stars. RDU won. Wow. So they advanced in first place. Sick. Top 1. Wow. Wow. They both won a lobby. That is amazing. Wow, I'm so happy now. I'm even more happy than when I would win myself a tournament. I'm so proud of Simi. She practiced 2 weeks so hard to do well in the tournament and she won 2 out of the 6 lobbies. Imagine, you play your first tournament ever against some of the best players in the world and you just win 2 out of the 6 games in battle rounds. That is so sick. That is amazing. Very amazing. Open packs when? Wait, can you open the packs already if you now make one thing? I might then do it actually. If you make a 5-set gathering, you can open the packs, then I actually will do that tomorrow. They actually won 4 out of the 6, yeah. Radu also won 2. That is sick. Molten Blast, 3 mana. New Shaman spell. Deal 2 damage, summon that many 1/1 elementals to elemental the minions, huh? Pretty good card overall. Because what you can do with this card, if it gets stacked by extra spell power, this is not a deal 2 damage card, summon 2 1/1s. It's a deal 4 damage card, for example, if you combine it with the dragon or just with other cards. And you get 4 1/1s. Very amazing, very awesome, very good. Because if you go with a 3 mana, deal 4 damage, summon 4 1/1s, it's really, really good. So if you combine this with 1 or 2 spell power, even if you just imagine 3 mana, deal 3, summon 3 1/1s. It's you kind of have a flanking strike for 1 less mana. If you only just have the weapon on 2 equipped, that's all you need. G2 first place, Puck. Yeah, I know. Oh my god. I'm gonna cast it tomorrow, the finals. Definitely. I want to cast it. That is sick. It's a very good card. I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars. It's kind of like... Just compare this card to Implosion as well. It's such a good card. Because if you could do it just with a little extra spell power, it's like very, very good. Just have the weapon equipped on 2 and it's like very, very bad. Alright, very, very good. Next up, Tidal Wave. 8 mana. Lifesteal, deal 3 damage to all minions. So, it's a good card, but it's also a bad card at the same time. I think it's like... I mean, it's such a good card maybe against like an aggro deck, but how often is this going to be like really, really good? I think this card like can be really good in like a pure aggro meta, but if it's not like a pure aggro meta, it's too weak. It also is like, I think deal 3 damage is just 1 too less. You can do it with Moarg, but it's too late game. It's like a turn 10 thing. This meta is not a very turn 10 meta. I think it could be good if it was maybe deal 4, but it's just too expensive. I think 8 mana just cannot work. I think this card had to be like cheaper in mana cost, at least 1 mana or something. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. It's gonna be an OP card from Box, by the way. They just buffed Box with this card, but I think I will rate it. I'll rate it 2 stars. I think it's too slow. Trick Totem. Don't get tricked by this totem. I already told you before. Okay, it's a totem, guys. But you are playing a 2 mana 0/3. Pass. Overall, this card is terrible. Don't get tricked. Don't think this is a baby Yogg. It's not. It's very often a 2 mana 0/3 nothing happens. And yes, maybe there is some high roll, but this card is really bad. Imagine your opponent plays a 2-drop and you play 2 mana 0/3. He just trades it away. And he is like, ha ha ha. 1 star card. Bad card. Not good. Primal Fin Study. As I said, very good card. 4 stars I rated it. I think it's a very good card. Also in Shaman. Not only in Mage. It's also a very good Shaman card. Here, I think one of the best cards revealed. Went already over it once we revealed Druid. But this card is really OP. Combine this card with, let's say you play this and you play a 4 mana spell. This card is a 3 mana 5/8 Rush Wind Fury. Completely nuts. Imagine you play a 3 mana 5/8 Wind Fury. Rush Wind Fury. This card is super nuts. Insta card in both Druid and Shaman. It's not even bad as the normal stuff. Super busted card. Instructor Fireheart. Also, next Shaman, and this is the new Shaman legendary here. Battlecry. Discover a spell that costs 1 or more. If you play it this turn, repeat this effect. So, it's kind of a miracle Shaman and also a very good card later in the late game. You can play this card like, let's say at the end of the game, you discover a spell. If you play it, you discover another one. If you play it, you discover another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. It's a card that you kind of can keep going. I also saw a combo where you play this with a new 2 mana spell, or the 2 mana, when you discover a minion, discover a spell, it costs 1 less. If you use that card with this card, you can get a 0 mana lightning bolt, another 0 mana lightning bolt, another 0 mana spell, another 0 mana spell. So you can really also go like a new miracle way with this card. But overall, this card is really good. What this card does for 3 mana is really strong. It discovers a spell with the potential of more and more and more and more and more. So it's a very, very good late game card, especially. It's not a good card you want to play on 3. You want to play this card as late as you can, and then this card is really good. Rusty, with the 25 months. I am the man, Thijs. Pepe Han, or Thijs Hands. Thanks for the 25 months, Rusty. Very kind from you. Thanks for the support. So this card will definitely get played. 4-star card. Very good card. Also there, next, Running Carvins. So the Totem card we talked about already with the Druid. I think this card can be okay in Totem Shaman, but I think it's a very niche card that only gets played in Totem Shaman. If it gets played anywhere. It's like 6 mana, summon 4 totems. I rated this card 2 stars. I think it is not a great card, but here and there in Shaman it might get played. It's not a card you will play in Druid, but it has potential in Shaman. Groundskeeper, as I said already, 4-star card when I went over Druid. I think it's a very good Druid card. And also a very reasonable Shaman card. Just super good stat line. 4 mana, 4/5. It's just a Yeti with Taunt that can heal for 5. It's just a really good card. Raz, as I rated before, guys, insane card. Super good card. Both in Shaman, both in Mage. Especially in Shaman. This card is even better in Shaman. Because you can guarantee spell power with your weapons so well. It's just a 5 mana, deal 2 damage to everything. It's so OP, this card. It's also a damage phase. So you just play this on 5 with your weapon equipped. You just consecrate the board and your opponent's face for free. That can even go continuously next turn. So it's such a must kill. Definitely a 5-star card. Super good card. Interesting card here though. And I'm not completely sure about this card. Totem Goliath. 5 mana, 4/5. Summon all 4 basic totems. Overload 2. Also Totem himself. So it's a very good card in like a Totem Shaman, as you can also then, after this dies, directly use all your like totem things. Like getting all your basic totems, getting 4 totems is really good in a Totem Shaman deck. I think this kind of a Totem Shaman sometimes needs, because sometimes you just don't get the totems on the board because your opponent keeps killing them off. But then you can do this and you play this and you get all 4 basic totems to then just buff them all. I think this card is pretty good. I think this is exactly what the Totem Shaman kind of needed, like a kind of annoying minion that is putting all the totems on the board. I'm gonna rate this 3.5 stars. I think it's a very, very good card, this card. Because you play this, you can even, and don't forget guys, there's also this Blossoms card in Shaman, where you can play Coin Blossom Goliath. Greetings. If you do something like this, don't forget that power guys, that Shaman and Druid have now because of this card. This card makes so many of these cards like so good. Yes, your next turn is 4 mana overloaded. But you got your Super Yeti that resummons totems the turn after. And the totem spells are 0 mana anyway. Listen to a pronunciation of the word of the Goliath. So I think that's very good. And here the last card guys for the Shaman. Return the spell to your hand. 2 mana, 2/3. Return the spell to your hand. Really good in a Totem Shaman as well. Because you play this like for 2 mana. There's my winner!
Yes.
Wow!
Here is the winner.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, thank you, baby.
You won 2 out of 6 games. Do you know how sick that is? For the first time ever playing in a tournament?
Do you think so?
Yes.
Awesome. Hey guys!
Say something, chat. Wow. They were watching you all the time
Yeah?
as well. And are you?
Yeah.
And then they saw you winning the first game.
Yes.
Oh, that was sick.
Yeah, that was it.
You did it with demons?
Huh?
You did it with demons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
That's
yes.
sick. That is really sick.
I did it with demons.
So you're now in the semi-finals, huh? Tomorrow.
Yes,
That's also
tomorrow.
final day.
We are gonna play 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna play 3 games. So let's see.
And that's then the final as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
So
3
weird.
games.
Yeah. We will see. I'm so excited. I'm so happy right now.
I'm so happy as well. I was saying like I was more happy with like you winning than me winning or anything.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
so
you
happy.
guys. You gave me luck. Absolutely, you gave me luck.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you did it yourself. You played
but,
so well. You
yeah, but
practiced
I
so
was
well.
lucky. Did you see that? How I just won?
No, I didn't.
I
really.
sniped his Baron.
Okay.
So otherwise I couldn't.
Yeah, but yeah,
not
the day
win.
before, the Thursday, you were really unlucky.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
deserved it. I'm
Yes,
so
yes.
happy for you.
You.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Good
Thank you.
job.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna cast it tomorrow on my channel.
Sure. Sure.
Gonna
sure,
watch
sure.
you. Watch
Yeah.
with chat.
Yeah.
This is not fun. Streaming and not being able to watch you. It's not fun.
Yeah. So I'm done for today.
Okay.
Yeah, just gonna chill a little bit. And
Yeah.
then probably I will stream as well.
Yeah,
okay?
stream, celebrate.
Yeah, I'm gonna celebrate.
You
Definitely.
should.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good job. I'm so happy.
Me too.
Wow, she won. Damn. I'm actually so happy now. She worked so hard for it. Like, people don't see that. How, like, the last days, the last weeks, she's been playing, like, so much. Trying to get, like, practice in from really good, like, Battlegrounds players. Practicing so hard. Like, people don't see that. So it's, like, just so amazing that I'm so happy she did so well. But yeah, to final this card, guys, I think this card's quite good. It's really good with like a Totem Shaman deck because you can like use a 0 mana card, or you play this, you play a 0 mana buff totems plus 2 health, and you play it again plus 2 health. Like, it's such a good card. I will definitely rate this card 4 stars because it's a good stat line like River Crocolisk, and you can use it really well with 0 and 1 mana cards. A very good card. Let me actually see. Let me make a tweet. Two-minute break, guys. Let me make a little tweet. Oopsie, oopsie. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I had to type a little. Damn, I'm so happy. I'm kind of more happy that I won my own tourney. Damn, damn, damn. Alright. Yeah, that was a little break, chat. A little break. Let's continue the review. Are you Tilt King? I mean, are you on 2 lobbies? Why do you guys hate always? They both did so well. Listen pronunciation Goliath. Alright, I will do that. Google Translate.
Goliath.
Goliath. Wasn't that what I was saying? Goliath. I know. Was just trying. Hey. Alright, let's go. He is learning. Alright. Next up, Warlock. Let's see what Warlock has for us, guys. So, Warlock. Let's first talk about this card. So, we saw the Warlock duo card that they had with the Demon Hunter, what is kind of the like Soul Fragment duo archetype, and also the Priest, what are more like control archetypes. I think the Archwitch Willow, 9 mana 7/7, summon a random demon from your hand and deck. There are, what is currently in standard, there are not that many OP demons that you can play that are like late game demons. You can play the 5 mana Dreadlord, or that is like okay, 8 mana 5/7 taunt, with like summoning the 5/5 out of it. But I don't think there are that many like current OP like demons to really combine with this. It's a pretty good card in general, but I don't think there is like in standard at the moment that much support. I think the card is also kind of expensive. 9 mana 7/7, summon a random demon from your hand and deck. Like you really need to have like a very big demon deck to make it work. And there's not that many insane demons at the moment. I think this card is kind of worth an, I would rate it like 2 stars at the moment, but I think it has like a lot of potential for like later. But in the current like set, I don't think there is enough cards to really like make it work. It's an, I think a very good card if you, like in Wild it has some potential, but even in Wild there are way too many OP mechanics that you can already do. I will rate it 2 stars for now. And here, Demonic Studies, discover a demon, your next demon costs 1 less. It's not a bad card, but the problem a bit with demons is I think there are a lot of like bad demons at the moment. There's not that many like OP demons that you can really like play with this. Vendetta there, 2 months. I could watch Thijs playing Hearthstone all day. Best Hearthstone streamer. Oh, thank you for the 2 months together, Vendetta. Very kind from you. Discover a demon, your next one costs 1 less. It can be a very good card if you combine it like with the right cards. But I think there's a lot of like bad demons at the moment. Also, Zoo doesn't really want to play this card. I think Zoo just wants to play minions and it's kind of bad to do. You can be like, yeah, but then I can play my next demon 1 turn earlier if you do it at the right moment. But I don't think there is enough like real good demons to play to make this card work. Maybe you can tech it in because this one it's a good spell. You can play it for 1 mana and it discounts for 1 mana. So there's not really that much punish on it in that way. But I don't think it's going to be like that great of a card. I'm going to rate it 2 stars for now. We went already over this card. Yeah, I think this card is really good. 3 mana, 0 mana, draw 2, basically. If you just read the basics. Way better in Priest than it is in Warlock, but also in Warlock can be very good. You can raise that into the new 4 mana removal card, and you just have an Assassinate for 4 mana, so has a lot of potential. Very good card. We went over this. We went over the Soul Fragments cards. We didn't go this one. 3 mana, deal 2 damage to all minions. Shuffle 2 Soul Fragments in your deck. Can we make this card work in a control Warlock archetype? It's kind of like an volcanic potion. I just don't know. There's not that really a control Warlock archetype at the moment. If you compare this card to Dark Skies, it's like terrible. And I don't really think the Soul Fragments are that good in Warlock. Like, they just don't do anything. The best benefit in Warlock you really get out of it is like, oh, you get a big boy town for 5 mana. It's not that OP. What do Soul Fragments do? It's a 0 mana, heal 2 in your deck. But there are cards that like make you destroy Soul Fragments for a very good bonus effect. And that's kind of why you play it. To give an example, this one. 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, destroy a Soul Fragment in your deck and deal 3 damage. So this card is not bad, but this card is not that nutty either, I think, in Warlock. I am not even sure if Zoo wants to play a card like this. What Soul Fragments also do is it changes the hero, like it activates a change hero's health effect once drawn, but you kind of rely on drawing it. I think this card is not bad, but it also requires you to play. It's a pretty decent card. I'm gonna rate this card 3 stars. It's pretty decent. And this was the card I was talking about. 4 mana, 4/5. Town Battlecry, destroy a Soul Fragment in your deck to gain +3/+3. Pretty good card in a way because it is a 5 mana 7/8 taunt. So a pretty solid card in that way. I think I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. I don't think it's that OP. But it's pretty good. It's like an Earth Elemental with no punish. This card is very good. I rated it 4 stars. It's a really good card. 1 mana, 1/3 demon and shuffle. It's the best Soul Fragment card to put it in your deck. It has like no bad outcome really. It's just a good stat line for its cost. We did this one, the Witch. We did this one. I think it's a pretty decent card, guys. Also in Zoo. Because you can copy a Flame Imp, for example. You get 2 Flame Imps or Voidwalker or anything. It's a pretty good card. I rated it, I think, 3 stars or 4 stars. Flesh Giant, as I said, also pretty good in Warlock. Definitely gonna see play there. This card, amazing in Zoo, guys. 5 stars, not even close. Super OP card in Zoo. Very amazing. Boneweb Egg. I don't think it's too impressive of an egg card. I think this card is not too great. Summon 2 2/1s. I mean, it has the synergy with the new legendary, but if you discard this trigger, it's death rattle. It's really hard to discard it, and you just get 2 2/1s. Also, 2 mana 0/2 that summons 2 2/1s. I think is a kind of weak. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I don't think this card is too good. As I say, this card is amazing, guys. It's an amazing Assassinate. And as you can see, if you will just draw a Soul Fragment, if you will play a Flame Imp, if you want live tap, this card activates. There's a lot of cards to this to activate. I'm not sure if an aggro deck like Zoo wants to play this card, because it can be a bit too reactive, but this card is very good. So yeah, Warlock overall, it got a lot of like more Zoo-y cards. I didn't really see that much support to like any control. You have this Witch, but it's not really that amazing, and it has like no that good demons. And it got a lot of like more Zoo-y cards that work, and a good Destroyer. Alright, and then the last class, Warrior. What did Warrior get? First off, the study card for Warrior is a Discover a Rush minion card. Warrior got some good rushes. It got the Mummy. It has the 4 mana 4/4 that puts the big 8 mana minion in the deck. It has the Ogre. What is good one? It has quite some good study cards, or good rush cards. Is this one good? I think it's okay. Cause you might want to play it. It's pretty good to get these kind of like rush minions, and you make your rush minion come early. What I think is also really nice in Warrior is you can really use this card well to curve out better, because you make you just use your turn 1 instead of passing, and you can make a rush minion just get 1 turn earlier on the board. So I think for that reason you kind of want to play it. But it's not really a card that fits in the Egg Warrior or anything. It's a really control warrior card. There's just a lot on these study cards is there's like no downside on this, because you pay 1 mana in advance to make 1 card come out 1 turn earlier in the future. So I'm gonna rate this card like 3 stars, because it's just a solid card, but it has to be a control warrior card. 2 mana, add 2 random town minions to your hand. Information. I think it's a bad card. Like, it's a 2 mana, draw 2 is better than add 2 random town minions to your hand, I would say. There are some really bad town minions, like really bad. You can just get a Silverback. Or like the 2, like there's some really bad towns. This card has to be bad, right? I'm gonna rate it 1 star. There's no way this card is good. There's too many terrible towns. Get the Captain Scribe back, full like the Fen Reaper. This card is just too bad. There are too many terrible towns. You're just gonna play this card and you're gonna be like, I wasted 2 mana on this. It's a bad card. So here the draw card again for the Rogue, where you can draw 2 cards, cost 1 less per attack on your minion. It's a pretty... I think in Warrior it's not that good. In Rogue it's a very good card, but in Warrior it's really hard to make a weapon that has that much attack. I think you kind of need to play it in Aggro Warrior and run Arcanite Reaper and then you draw 2, but I don't see it that good in Warrior. I rated it like very good in... weapon, sorry. I rated it very good in Rogue, but I don't think it does that much in Warrior. So, I mean, I think I rated it 4 stars or 3 stars for Rogue, but in Warrior it will just be a 2-star card. It's not that good. Convention. So this is a card that I think in Paladin is very good, but I think it also can be really good in Warrior. This is a really good card to get the new 9 mana card out that we will see later. It's also very good if you will just get like, I don't know, a Deathwing or a 10 mana card. I think a big Warrior deck can definitely work. You play a lot of spells, a lot of removal, and then you just play a lot of big boys. And you just summon now a big boy with Taunt and Divine Shield with it. I think it is like a good way in Warrior. I definitely think Warrior can do this with like a big Warrior archetype. The new 9 mana minion that we will see soon can be like really good with this. And I think it is a way that Warrior can win games. The problem with Control Warrior is it doesn't really win games at the moment. So I think this can work. I rated this card. This card is really bad for Warrior. It's a 3 mana Worst Shield Slam. Don't play it. I rated this as well. I think this is good in Egg Warrior. It's a very good card. It's a better Rampage. People will play this over Rampage probably. And here, a new weapon here, the Spellburst weapon for Warrior. 4 mana 4/2. Spellburst also damages the minions next to it. Not that amazing, not that bad. Kind of situational. I will just rate it 3 stars. It's not bad, but it's not that good, guys. Like, I would even rate it 2 stars maybe. Warrior has enough of this kind of stuff. Warrior doesn't need this. Why would you play this and not a spell? I mean, I guess you can play it in Big Warrior. Lord Baroth I already rated 4 star. Very good card, especially in Warrior. Combine this with Skipper. Skipper Lord Baroth. Bye-bye board. I mean, Warrior already has a lot of removal, so you don't really need it, but it's still a very good card. Dr. Krasnikov we did. Playmaker, 3 mana 4/3. After you play a rush minion, summon a copy with 2 or with 1 health remaining. Not that good, I think. It can be good with like Mummy, but that's like the only real good combo. It's not really a card you can play on turn 3 that much. 3 mana 4/3. I mean, it can be good because you can do it with the Kargats as well, but I think it's not a card you want to really play in Warrior just because of these two. It can get played, but are you gonna be that happy? Like, do you really want to play this card to get 1 extra Mummy? Is that really gonna win you the game? I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I don't see this card working well in any Warrior archetype. But kind of bad on curve. Combo is like a bit too expensive for what it really does. So we rated these 2 cards already. Troublemaker, 8 mana 6/8. At the end of your turn, summon 2 3/3 Ruffians that attack random enemies. So if you look at this card, 8 mana 6/8, that summons 2 3/3s that can attack directly. Can be pretty good. If you recruit this out of your deck for the 7 mana card, you give it Divine Shield and Taunt, and then you do it is also very good. In general, this card is kind of good because it has like a direct effect on hitting with the 3/3s. What makes it like really, really good. This card is like really good because if you don't kill it, it only becomes more and bigger and more and bigger. I think this card is like a very good card and it's not too slow. It's a must kill. It's like an 8 mana 12/14. If you don't kill it, it's gonna wreck you. I think it's like a good kind of like hyper aggressive card in like Control Warrior. I will rate it 4 stars. I think this card is really good. And here, the card I was talking about, Rattle Gore, a 9 mana 9/9. Death Rattle, resummon this with -1/-1. So the first time you play it is a 9 mana 9/9. When he dies, it becomes an 8/8. When he dies, it becomes a 7/7. When he dies, it becomes a 6/6. When he dies, it becomes a 5/5. And it keeps going. This card is so hard to kill. How are you gonna kill this card? Yes, you can have an Hex. Yes, you can have an Earth Shock or a removal. But still, it's very annoying if you don't. If you play this for 7 mana with the Divine Shield Taunt on it, it's really annoying to kill. Also, if you play any buffs on it, it makes itself bigger as well again. So let's say you play this as a 9 mana 11/11, it will be a 9 mana 10/10, or if you buff it during the game. But are there cards that really do that? That's not true? Okay, never mind then. I thought it did. Never mind. But yeah, overall, it's a very... I think this card is very good in Warrior. It's so annoying for a lot of classes to kill. I am gonna rate this card 4 stars. I think it's pretty good. So yeah, overall, I think Warrior got quite some reasonable cards. They don't get the most flashy cards, but I think it has like quite some, like, this card's very good in like a more egg Warrior. This card's pretty good. The weapons, I'm not so sure about in Warrior. I don't think weapons are going to be that amazing, but the Maul, these cards, they're actually going to be really good in Warrior. I definitely think Control Warrior got quite some decent stuff as well. It seems pretty good. So yeah, guys, we went over all the classes. We haven't done the neutral cards, and I think I'm just going to go fast over the neutral cards, because there's probably going to be a lot of fillers. But I definitely want to go over them fast. Let's go over them. Let's go Monkesteer. Nah, not Monkesteer. 1 mana 1/2, spell burst +2 attack. Pretty okay. Might get played in some decks 1 mana card, but it's like a kind of flame impy possible card. Thijs, your tea mug is excellent. Did you help with the design? Yes, I did. Tea time with Thijs. Enjoy your tea. Feels amazing, man. 3-star card. It has definitely potential. Not a bad card. 2 mana 3/1 stealth. Therefore, it'll add a 3/1 stealth minion to your hand. Don't think it's that great of a card. I suppose the 3/1 stealth minion with stealth is also 2 mana. That is what I suppose. If in that case, if the minion that you get in the hand is 2 mana and not 1 mana, I will rate it 2 stars. Because I don't think it's gonna get played that much. You can play it in like the Stealth Rogue archetype, but why would you play this over the real 3/1? Just for more value? I don't think so. I think Skyveteer is better. But there's some benefit on this. It's not that bad. This card can definitely get played. I'll rate it 2 stars. Oh, we can hover over the card. Yeah, it's a 2 mana 3/1 stealth. Okay. Wandmaker, 2 mana 2/2. Add a 1-cost spell from your class to your hand. So what this card can do, there are some decks that, for example, I'm thinking of the Priest Paladin Legendary. The 3 mana 3/6, when you spell burst, play a spell from your deck. What you can do is, you can play this card, or you can play a deck with only big spells, let's say only 8 mana spells, like 4 8 mana spells. You play this minion, you get a 1-cost spell, you play the spell with the spell burst legendary from Priest and Paladin, and you play a spell from your deck. That's kind of like a good combo way to abuse this card. Overall, otherwise, I think this card is kind of bad. I don't think you want to play a 2 mana 2/2 add-on 1-cost spell from your deck. Maybe in Demon Hunter it has some potential, because the 1 mana spells are good. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. 3 mana once a cast a random spell of the same cost. 3 mana 1/6, play a random spell. I mean, this card cannot be consistent enough, right? Farron247, thank you for the 6 months. Very kind from you. Thank you for the sub. So many subs today in the review. Thank you. I think the RNG on this one is a bit too much. Like, it can be a Blessing of Kings on turn 4, but it can also be... I mean, it's just a little box, but just bad. It's only one random spell. It can be like a Brawl, it can be a Bloodlust, like it has so much RNG. I think like cards like this, you can't compare them to Box. Box is a much better card than this. Because these cards, they don't really do miracles, where Box can do that. I'm gonna rate it 1 star, this one. Death by Cosby, thank you for the 5 months in a row. Love you, Thijs. Aw, thank you for the sub. Feels amazing, man. Divine Rager, 4 mana 5/1. Divine Shield. Yeah, that card's not gonna get played. We got a new Rager in the family. But has there ever been a Rager that got played? We didn't even play 3 mana 5/2 or 5/3, right? This is a 1 star card. I'm sorry. Stealth one was okay, yeah, but this one is not. 1 star. Sorry, chat. I can't rate it higher than 1 star. You won't see this card in Constructed. You might play it in like Arena here and there. But for Constructed, it's a 1 star card. Sir Katoon, thank you for the 7 months. 5 attack is a lot. Yeah, 1 health is very little. Would you play it for 3 mana? Maybe. It's like a Scarlet Crusader then, but with more attack. Fishy Flyer. Fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. 4 mana, 4/3. Rush, Devil at a 4/3 Ghost with Rush to your hand. The 4/3 Ghost is a 4 mana 4/3 Rush. That's not bad, right? 4 mana 4/3 Rush, add a 4 mana 4/3 Rush to your hand. I think this card is decent. It's a very good trade-off card in a way. You get like some advantage. You probably cannot fit it in a Constructed though, right? I will rate it 2 stars. Bobadina, thank you for the sub, Bobadina. With the 5 months, thank you for supporting the stream. It's like a bad mummy in a way. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. Is it a Murloc as well? Yeah, it's a Murloc. Ogre Mancer, 5 mana 3/7. Okay. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, summon a 2/2 skeleton with taunt. That's not too bad, right? It's kind of like Baby Troxar. I mean, it's only good in like the spell meta a bit. I'm gonna rate it 5 mana 3/7. I mean, it's so meta depending. It's kind of niche. 2 stars. Can't rate it higher. I was thinking if I could rate it 3 stars, but I can't. It's 2 stars. 6 mana 5/7. Smug Senior. Taunt. Death Rattle, add a 5 mana 7 taunt to your hand. Oh, I was like, is this guy gonna summon a 5 mana or a 5/7 taunt, but it's to your hand? So 6 mana 5/7 taunt, add a 6 mana 5/7 taunt to your hand. Yeah, compare this to Sunwalker and it's a bit worse and you get a Sunwalker. I mean, these are kind of arena cards a bit. This card maybe not too bad in some spots. 2 stars. It's a bit better than 1 star. Lake Sweeper, or Lake Treasure. 5 mana 4/6. It also damages the minions next to wherever this attacks. This is a kind of a new Hydra. And we shall look at this card as a 5 mana 4/6 because there is this mechanic in Druid with a 7 mana spell where you summon 2 beasts that cost 5 mana or less from your deck and they get rush. And when this guy gets rush, this guy is nuts. Because you can Hydra the board away. So I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars, but that is because of the way it works in Druid. Because it's really good in Druid with the 7 mana spell. You summon this from the board together with the 5 mana Tiger. And it will definitely get played in that deck. And that deck seems really OP to me. So because of the way Druid works with the 7 mana spell, I'm rating it 4 stars. Otherwise it would have probably just been a 2-star card. Desk Imp. Okay, this is a strange card. 0 mana 1/1. Wisp. But you have this Varlock and... You have this Varlock and Demon Hunter card that gives +1/+1 to a minion and puts a copy in your hand. So you can give it +1/+1 to this. It's a 0 mana 2/2. Summon a 0 mana 2/2. Would you play this in Zoo, guys? Why would you play this in Zoo? I mean, Wisp is not getting played in Zoo either, right? There's not that much demon synergy. I mean, it is the new 1 mana spell for Demon Hunter and Warlock what makes this card like better than a Wisp, and that card is not bad. Ultras, oh my god, we're not gonna play Wisp because of Ultras yet, please. I mean, it's also really good with the 4 mana 3/6 legendary that makes it a 4/4, right? You coin that with this, boom, 4/4. But then it's like very comparable to Wisp. I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. I think there is ways with the new 1 mana spell as well to be like decent enough. Oh, that's so high, 3. For this card. 2 stars. 2 stars. It's kind of niche, but it might get played. It's just a Wisp, guys, but it's a bit better than Wisp, so we give it 2 stars. Crimson Hothead. 4 mana 3/6 spell burst, gain +1 attack and taunt. Then it's a 4 mana 4/6 with taunt. Bad. It's not good. You don't play that in any deck. This spell burst bonus is really little, +1 attack and taunt. 1 star. Not a good card. Oh guys, I really have to go to the toilet. Alright, I'll let you look at this card. Be right back. Alright, me back. Why is there so much in chat and pet the tags? What are these emotes doing together with each other? Alright, 8 mana 8/8. Death Rattle summon a random 7 cost minion. Solid. Can be good with the new Paladin and Warrior card that you give it Town Divine Shield, so it has to be a must kill. Besides that, I don't think it's that great. It's kind of slow. I think we rate this card 2 stars. It has potential, but the potential is... It's also good in dual Paladin style, because you can like play this. It duels, it gets a 7 drop. I think 2 stars is a fair rating. Now, Robs of Protections. 3 mana 2/4. Your minions can't be targeted by spells and hero powers. Is that good? Can be targeted by spells or hero powers. Can be good against Rogue maybe or something. Not a bad stat line either necessarily. Is that something you want to play? I mean, Mage doesn't care. It has AoE. I think there is potential with this card. I'll rate it 3 stars. I think this has potential. And there, Potwitty with the 6 months of subbing. Thank you so much. Great stream task. Could I ask you why you were listed as a Battlegrounds player for the tournament? Was I? I was not a BG player. I guess I was stand-in for Simi or RDU. I mean, we were not sure if RDU will perform well, and then we will kick him out, and then I will play instead. But so far, so good. I think it's a 3 star. I think it has like some potential. We got a broom here. The 1 mana broomstick. Rush, give your other minions rush. This is like not too bad. It's like 1 mana get a rush on a minion. But it's not bad. Broom, broom, broom. And you have an... It's like... Why would you now play 1 mana rush when you can play this card? You give a minion rush. I think this card is pretty good, guys. Giving a minion rush. But do you put it in any deck? Or is it not like too meh to put it in your deck? Oh, it's other minions. Oh, it's even all minions. It's not even 1 minion. It's all minions. That's really good in like aggro mirrors in a way. Oh, then I definitely like it. I think this card is good then. 1 mana give everything rush. That would normally be a spell effect. And now it's even a minion. I'm gonna rate this card 4 stars. Because it gives everything rush. Imagine I think you might play this in like a Totem Shaman deck or something. Or a Zoo maybe, Mirror. This card is good, I think. It's not like a 2-off card maybe, but then maybe a 1-off card. Or put this in your like Zoo deck that makes the 4/4. It becomes a 4/4 while it still gives rush to everything. Tour Guide. 1 mana 1/1. Your next hero power costs 1. I was thinking of this card, and I think this card is actually pretty good. Because it's a 1 mana 1/1 that makes your hero power cost like 0. Oh, did I say 1? 0, sorry. You put this in Warlock and you basically just have a 1 mana life tap. Or you put it in Shaman and you make a 1 mana totem. Turn 1 tap. Like this is a much better water boy. Much better, uncomparable. Because you make your hero power cheaper. You can also use it later. You don't have to do it directly. You can, for example, play this, not hero power, and the next turn hero power. You can just stack it on. It's not like till the end of the turn. You can even wait with it for the right moment to make a 0 mana, I don't know. You can play this on 1 and then you can like totem on 3 and play the totem buff on it or something. I think it's a good card. I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. 5 mana 4/4. Spell damage, battlecry, discover a spell. Bit comparable to old school Azure Drake actually. Instead of draw a card, you discover a spell. But this card is worse. I think drawing a card is better than discover a spell. But not that far off. But the question is, will you play Azure Drake in the current meta? I don't think there is a deck, guys, that will play Azure Drake. Maybe Rogue. Compared to maybe Big Old Whelp a little bit this card. And it gets, Big Old Whelp is kind of getting 0 played. Maybe sometimes it gets played in Highlander Hunter here and there. I think this is an not card. This card won't get played. Once. I will rate it 2 stars. Forest Reader, 2 mana 1/3. At the end of your turn, draw until you have 3 cards. What is this card, guys? This is a nut card for aggro decks. This is like Jeeves for 2 mana. This card is really good. Play this in, just spam your board early game like as an aggro druid, like Token Druid or Demon Hunter or Paladin or whatever, and then you just jam this and you just draw 3 cards and it's a must kill. The stat line is even a bit annoying. It's like a 2 mana 1/3. There's like no payback. This card is really, really good. It's an either 4 or 5 star card. I'm really thinking, can I give this 5 stars? I think I rated 5 stars. I think this card is too good. It's a really good card. Even if this only draws 1, guys, it's already not bad. It's like so good and it's an ongoing effect. This card is really busted. Wow. Wow. Mana Feeder Panthera, 2 mana 2/3. If you use your hero power this turn, draw a card. Poor River Crocolisk. It was not your fault. Pretty good in Demon Hunter. Hero power, 2 mana 2/3, draw a card. I think it might get played there. It's pretty decent. Hunter maybe. We hero power and we draw a card. We'll rate it 3 stars. Sorcerer Substitute, 6 mana 6/6 battlecry. If you have spell damage, summon a copy of this. So this card is not bad. But the problem is a little bit the same problem as like the 7 mana mage card. That, yeah, you can make 2 7 mana 7/6, but I can only see this card getting played in Spell Shaman because you can equip the weapon and then you hit and then you play this on 6 and it's good. I'm gonna rate this 2 stars. Educated Alec, 3 mana 3/3. Whenever a spell is played, this minion remembers it, shuffle the spell into your deck. So I don't think this card is good. Maybe there is some reasonable like plot twist way. Because you can play this, play plot twist, you get a new plot twist in your deck. But is it that good? Maybe you can play burn deck. You just go Frostbolt, Frostbolt face, and you get 2 Frostbolts in your deck. I don't know, I don't really see the way that this is working at the moment. We don't really go to like fatigue games, and if we go to fatigue games, some decks are just super busted in fatigue because they have like Galakrond things. So they go way harder than just, oh, I have an extra Frostbolt in my deck, I might win now. Where they just go hero power, hero power, hero power. He remembers all spells, even opponent. That actually makes it worse. Because then your opponent can like be silly to you with it. Meme rogue deck, secret passage plus this unlimited secret passage. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. I think it's a 1-star card, but because of the meme potential, I rate it 2 stars. Because memes matter. 7 mana 6/8. Keymaster Alabaster. Keymaster Alabaster. Whenever your opponent draws a card, add a copy to your hand that costs 1. Very cool effect. Very annoying for like some decks to deal with, because you can kinda abuse it. You play this on 7, you draw like 1 mana things from what they play. In a control meta, this card is nuts. I'm gonna rate it 3 stars. I think it's too slow, but this card is not bad. Because you can just jam it in on 7 and you directly get reward of getting a 1 mana card. Imagine you get like, he's drawing an 8 mana card and you just can play it next turn for 1 mana. A bit like Dragon Queen Alex then. Gonna be hard though. Factus, 5 mana 4/4, summon 2 1/1s. Whelps, each gain a death rattle from your minions that die this game. This card's kind of good, right? So you already have like 5 mana 4/4 summon 2 1/1s. Also, even if you didn't have death rattles yet, it still summons the whelps for 1/1s. But what if you have like some busted death rattles? And you get 2 1/1 whelps with the death rattle. Even just with an egg, it's already so good. Even loot harder, it's already good. Bit comparable, like it fits a bit in the same category as Undertaker. But this one is better than Undertaker, right? Cannot copy the same default twice, okay, sure. I like this card. 4 stars. It's a very good card. Definitely gonna see play. Very definitely card. And here, what the neutral weapon. This is a neutral weapon, so can get played in every deck. 1 mana 0/4. At the start of your turn, look at the top card. You can put it at the bottom and lose 1 durability. For people that have been playing MTG, it's a very like, it's basically scry. You can look at your card. Do I want to draw it or not? And you have like also 3 times to put it on the bottom. Can be very good in combo decks or anything, because you can like look and see if you want to draw it. I don't think we should underestimate this card. This can be even a card that you might just want to play in a lot of decks. But I'm not so sure if you want to pay 1 mana for this scry. Also, you put cards at the bottom, what is very important, so you know you're gonna draw these cards as last. I don't know, I'm not sure if I will play this card. But we have to find out a bit. It's pretty good. It's pretty good and not smart meta. But even in that, like, you can stride towards it. It's a card you shouldn't underestimate. If it wouldn't really matter too much how much you like will draw in tempo, this card can be really good. I think I would rate it 3 stars for now. Lore Walker Polkelt. 4 mana 4 or 5. Reorder your deck from the highest card to the lowest card. I always top deck 1 mana minions. Nope. I'm now gonna top deck my biggest one into my biggest one into my biggest one. Can be good. It's really good in Quest Warlock. Because if you play this in Quest Warlock, let's say you completed your quest, you play this, your hero power, 0 mana, melee, easy. Next game, please. I think there's quite some combos possible with this deck, where you like play these big cards to win. I'm not sure. Strange card. I'm gonna rate it good. I'm gonna rate it 3.5 stars. I think it's a good card. But it's hard to... You need to make your deck around it, but not too much either, so you don't rely on it too much. It's a strange card. Penflinger, 1 mana 1/1, deal 1 damage. Spellburst, return this to your hand. That's like an Elven Archer, but you play a spell, you get it back. 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 Very strange card. Is there a combo with this deck that you can just OTK? Where you have infinite spells? I mean, you don't get the spell back, so you need infinite spells, so it doesn't work with Libram. You're not getting the Libram back. I'm gonna rate it 2 stars. Maybe there is like some cool combo potential with this. And there, Headmaster Kel'Thuzad. 5 mana 4/6. Spellburst. If this destroys a minion, summon them. So if you play a brawl and you win the brawl, you summon everything that got destroyed in the brawl. But in general, you can also play this, let's say in Control Warrior. Your opponent has a 12/12. I play this, I play Shield Slam, mine now. I have a 12/12. I think there's pretty good ways to play this, or just do this with Siphon Soul or Shadow or Death. Just imagine this card with Shadow or Death. It's super good. Or just play this with like a big AoE. Like let's say you play like, you play like, I don't know, a Nova. And you get like 3 little minions out of it. I think this card is good. It's a very good card. Like even if you just remove like 2 little minions, it's already really good. But it has really good potential in Priest and Warrior. I'm gonna rate this card 5 stars. This is a very OP card, I think. Insane swings in like tempo-y matchups. You can even kill your own charge minions? Yeah, but sure. But for with Brawl, you have to win the Brawl, so that combo is like kind of fancy. Onyx there. Mr. Onyx. Onyx. 6 mana, 4/9. Add 2 random spells from your class to your hand. Yeah, that's too slow, I think. I mean, it's not a bad, it's good stat line. But a card like this needs Taunt. I mean, good in Arena, sure. 2 stars. It's a very beefy one, so that's why I rated 2 stars. You might even play it actually in like a Dragon-y Druid, but it's not that great. I don't think it's gonna get played. It feels like 6 mana, 4/9 Taunt. No, it's not. People will just ignore it. 2 mana, 3/2 Cult. Neopathy. Battlecry. Your opponent's spell costs 1 more next turn. Not bad. Can be annoying for some decks, but not OP either. 2 star. It's like, there are some times where this might be a good 2-drop to play, but I don't think it's gonna see that much. Like, meta needs to be really spelly for this 2-drop to make it work. Transfer Student. Huh. I think pretty good card. How would we rate it now? Let's rate it 3 stars. Can't dust it, indeed. And here, Wretch Tutor. 4 mana, 2/5. Spellburst do 2 damage to all other minions. This can be kind of good in decks that like lack AoE. Like, I don't know, where can this work well? This with Unleash and Hunter. This in Rogue can be good, maybe. Like, do this with a backstab. It's actually kind of nice. Rogue kind of needs it. In Rogue, this can actually be quite good. I will rate it 2 stars. 3 stars. I think this card is actually good. I think this card is good. 3 stars. That was it, guys. We went over everything. Everything. So, prediction. I think the Druid. I think Druid got a lot. I think Druid got like some of the best cards. I think Shaman got a lot as well. I think they are actually really good cards in Shaman. Hey, winner.
Hello.
Oh, you made some food.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
It's your lunchtime.
Oh, my lord.
Enjoy.
I'm so happy.
I know.
I'm so happy.
Me too. Me too.
I wish I could. Tomorrow I've got to stream it and watch you or like do that.
Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be like 3 matches.
3
Semi-final
matches?
and final matches.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So yeah.
And you even got first in the group.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
sick.
Like very actually. That was like. We were like. How much point we had? I don't know, but the second even like it was like 14 points actually between us.
Wow,
Like, yeah.
you did so good.
Yes.
I'm so proud of you.
With the rudder, also he did a good job. Like really.
Ah, but you carried him.
No.
I was like, last game, Radu, do something. That's what I said on stream.
I mean,
no, I'm just,
yeah, I know,
just silly.
of course. But yeah, I got like second times first. Like this is really good. So because you're getting like a lot of points. So he got like also once like in the first, which is good.
You won actually 4 out of the 6 together.
Yeah.
You won 2, he won 2.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Absolutely.
Good job.
We are so good.
Yeah.
G2.
Yes.
Enjoy, baby.
Thank you. All right. Wow, we even got a nice lunch here, chat. Rice with chicken. Let's see. So yeah, overall, I think Druid got really good cards. I think... what is the class you think got the best? I think Druid's gonna be busted, guys. This card is insane. This card is just singly gonna make Druid and Shaman OP. They're gonna nerf this card. In like, very fast. I think Shaman also got really good. This card is like, so good.